Hello and good afternoon. Paso Robles Mayor Steve Martin speaking as we begin the Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, June the 15th. Before we proceed, I'll read the following. In compliance with the state and county shelter-at-home orders and as allowed by the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. Rather than attending in person, residents should call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. Phone line will open just prior to the start of the closed session meeting and again prior to the start of the regular meeting. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by name or number. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. And with that, we'll call it to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
And I am present. So before we go into closed session, I'd like to have our city attorney inform us of what we'll be speaking about in that closed session meeting, please.
Thank you, Mayor. You have two items on the closed session agenda this evening. The first is public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 regarding the city manager position. And the next is a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding the Pioneer Park property. The negotiating party is the Paso Robles Museum Foundation, and the negotiation is price and terms of payment.
Very good. I see no one standing in line for public comment on the closed session items. So proceeding along, we will recess the council to our closed session meeting. Good evening. Welcome to the regular meeting for the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, June the 15th. I'm Mayor Steve Martin, and before we begin, I'd like to read the following, please. In compliance with the state and county shelter-at-home orders and as allowed by the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. Rather than attending in person, residents should call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the closed session meeting and again prior to the start of the regular meeting. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. And with that, I will call our meeting to order and invite everyone to mute their microphones with the exception of Councilwoman Garcia, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much for that. This evening, we have with us Kim McGrew, who will offer the invocation/meditation/inspiration. Kim, are you with us?
Mayor Martin, Kim has not called in yet.
Very good. In that case, we are going to move on. And I had no inspirational remarks prepared, but I do invite everyone to be inspired to public service tonight and give complete attention and all effort to the service of the people of Paso Robles. So let's move on now to the agenda. First item up we have here is the roll call of our council members, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Gregory,
Here.
Councilmember Hammond,
Here.
Councilmember Strong,
Here.
and Mayor Martin.
And I'm present. May we please have staff introductions?
Warren Frace, Community Development Director. With me tonight is David Athey, our City Engineer, Darren Nash, our City Planner. We have Carol Florence. She's acting as our Contract Project Manager on the Boys School project. And then Brandy Cummins is our EIR Consultant on the project.
Christopher Leckel, Interim Public Works Director, joined by Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Julie Dolan, Community Services Director, joined by Frida Berman, Maintenance Superintendent.
Ty Lewis, Police Chief. And I have Caleb Davis, Police Commander as well.
Jonathan Stornetta. With me tonight is Randy Harris, Fire Marshal, Battalion Chief.
Hi, good evening. This is Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. With me tonight is Shannon Fouts, the Human Resources Manager.
Sarah Johnson-Rios, Assistant City Manager, joined by Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, Dave McHugh, IT Manager, Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager, and Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator.
Good evening, Kimberly Hood, Interim City Attorney, and with me this evening is Elizabeth Hull.
And this is Greg Carpenter, Interim City Manager.
Very good. Thank you all for being here. We look forward to working with you again, as usual. Before we get into our regular agenda, we would like to share information from our closed session, which was just before our regular meeting. I'll ask the city attorney if there was any reportable action from that meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. The council convened in closed session pursuant to the two items noted on the agenda. The first is public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 regarding the city manager position. And the second was a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding the Pioneer Park property. The negotiating parties are the Paso Robles Museum Foundation, and under negotiation was price and terms of payment. The council provided direction on both, but there was no reportable action on either item.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have our presentation starting off with the COVID-19 community update. I believe presented by Shauna Hohenstein, our Civic Engagement Coordinator. Shauna, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Tonight is our last scheduled COVID update. Today, June 15, 2021, the state of California reopened all businesses and activities with the exception of mega events. Along with that announcement, the state public health officer issued recommendations that include mask guidance, mega event guidance, and K-12 school and child care guidance. The California Department of Public Health will continue to offer recommendations related to COVID, but those recommendations will not be mandatory. They'll just be the department's best recommendations for preventing the spread of COVID-19. The County of San Luis Obispo will be deferring to the state public health officer's order and will not be issuing any more restrictive guidance. And we did share this information in our city newsletter earlier today. Next slide, please. Vaccinations are still important as we're hoping to get SLO County to herd immunity, which means 80% of SLO County residents are vaccinated. Currently, the statewide percentage of those at least partially vaccinated is 55.6%. In SLO County, it's 42.2%, and in Paso Robles, it is 50%, and those have all improved since our last report to you. Next slide. Our EOC was decommissioned yesterday, and your COVID-19 emergency staff have returned to their regular duties full-time for the most part. Staff have begun removing the COVID and mask-related signage from around the outside of City Hall, and the pole banners in the park. We have discontinued our COVID updates unless and until those are needed, the emails. The county's public information team, through their EOC, has discontinued their regular updates, and I will be receiving information through a Teams channel and will keep council and residents apprised if necessary. City buildings are open, some with limited hours, and per OSHA, employers are still currently required to follow the current emergency temporary standards of our COVID protection plan that we adopted on masks, distancing, and et cetera. HR expects to see changes to those requirements on June 28th, and we will report more at that time. Next slide. It really did take a coordinated effort to get Paso Robles through to the other side of this pandemic. The effort included city council, city staff, city residents and businesses, the county public health office and their amazing EOC team, and also local volunteers, community organizers, and other numerous individuals in the community. For those watching or listening tonight, we would like to say thank you for your help, patience, and reasoned cooperation during this prolonged emergency. And with that, that is our last COVID update, and I will take questions if necessary.
Thank you, Shauna. We appreciate all the work you and the rest of the staff and in coordinating with our different service organizations and just people in the general public who worked so hard to get us through this period of time. It's good news that we're finally coming out of it. I think just the mood itself, community-wide, is starting to lighten, and that's a wonderful feeling. This is an information presentation. No action is required. I would ask, Shauna, you had used the term EOC a couple of times, and of course, we know what that means. The general public may not know what that means. The city has an emergency operations center, and the county has an emergency operations center. Both were activated about a year ago to deal with the effects of the pandemic, and both of those are now being closed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Excellent. Thank you. Council questions or comments, Mr. Hammond?
No, good to release control and get back to normal, hopefully, here as quick as we can. Thank you, Sean.
Mr. Strong?
Fully agree with that. It's about time.
Excellent. Ms. Garcia?
No questions, sir. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to the whole team and the whole community. Thank you.
Fantastic. And Mr. Gregory?
I too like to say thank you and welcome back, everybody. I hope we keep it going. Thank you.
Thanks, Shauna. We appreciate everything, and thanks for the report tonight. Next up, we have our capital projects report. Ditas Esperanza, our capital projects engineer. Ditas, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Here is my monthly Public Works Project Status Report for today, June 15th, 2021. So we have our annual sidewalk repairs project going at this time. This is a photo of the repair work that is currently going on in front of Cuesta College North Campus. These are the locations where the sidewalks will be repaired and remediated, located as shown on these yellow pins. So this project will be ongoing for a while in the next few weeks. The other project that is just about done, but I'm just showing you some photos from previous times when the project was still going on, is the repairs to the discharge piping of 5 of the city's lift stations. We have 14 lift stations, and we repaired discharge piping on 5 of them. So I'm just going to cruise through these pictures that just to give you a sense of the essence of the project. And there's captions there. I'll let you read as I go along. The picture on the right is rather interesting. As you know, we have to keep the sewer flowing while we're doing construction. So one of the things that the contractor does is he plugs the line and works as quickly as possible and then removes the plug and allows the sewer to flow. That is probably the most intriguing part of this project. Okay, the other pictures that I'm going to show you is of our upcoming projects. The Dry Creek Repair Phase 2 from Estrella Warbirds to Jardine. The contractor was on site last week, just getting prepared, setting up his signs and notifying the residents and the property owners along the route. And this week, they're getting much more heavy in the construction. And in the next few weeks, you will see more activities as they continue with that work. So the Union Road, Golden Hill intersection improvements is coming up as well. We're starting our community outreach, preparing all the flyers, the banners, and the different exhibits that we want to use to notify the public as we move into construction. So this is how the intersection looks as it exists now. And once we're done, this is what it will look like. I thought I'd take the time to answer maybe a few questions that may come up during the construction of this roundabout. The first one is, why is a roundabout proposed in lieu of just putting a traffic signal? So the existing intersection angles do not meet a traffic signal design. It needs to be as close as possible to a 90-degree T intersection. As you know, that intersection is not quite 90 degrees. And so what we need to do if we want to put a traffic signal is get it as close as possible to the 90-degree intersection. The closest that we could get it to that would be acceptable in accordance to traffic signal design is a 75-degree angle, as shown in this exhibit. So as you can see, the pink is the realignment of Union Road west of Golden Hill. And if we do this type of realignment, you can see how much right-of-way would be required to get this to a 75-degree skew that would be acceptable to put a signal. And with this type of right-of-way acquisition, it would have cost the city another 75% increase to installing a traffic signal, whereas the roundabout proposal would be 75% less. So because of that, we went with the roundabout, and so we would stay within the confines of the existing skewed intersection and not acquire additional right-of-way. So that's why the roundabout was a superior option to address the design and the traffic volume at this intersection. Another question was the inner curb of the roundabout. if it's to ensure that it's flat and that trucks going around the corner would be able to straddle the pavers inside the roundabout. It's the one that's kind of crosshatch herringbone inside that roundabout. That is a paver area, and on the edge of it is a curb, but it's not a vertical curb. I'll show you the so you can see the curbing is not vertical. I don't know if does it have an arrow? Anyway, it's in the center. You can see it's flushed. And so let me show you. Here's the detail of that curb. It's 18 inches wide, and it's a 4-inch hike up, but it's not vertical. It slopes 13 inches and then flattens to 5 inches and meets the track apron paver stamp that's on the center. So the stamp herringbone pattern ranges from 3.6 feet to 13.6, depending on where you are on the roundabout. The smaller width is at that skinny portion of the roundabout where it's pinched, but on the other, the dumbbell portion of the roundabout, those pavers are going to be 13.6 feet. So we're also starting our annual street maintenance. We are out to bid and should be closing on that shortly, and then we would begin construction. And that's the location. We're also doing our annual street maintenance. That's a lot of streets. This is our annual slurry. We opened the bid, and we are proposing to take this to the city council at their first meeting in July for award. And here's a photo of where they're located. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ditas. Again, this is a presentation. No action is required. I just had one real quick question. I'm sure that we all continue to get inquiries from citizens wanting to know the prioritization of streets, and we answer as well as we can, but that information is posted on the city website, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to remind folks if they'd like to check what the prioritization, the schedule of street repairs is, they can check at the city website. And of course, if they have questions beyond that, they can contact staff or contact city council members. Council questions or comments, Mr. Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Ditas, since we're on the slide real quick, this slurry that we're putting on these feeder streets here, I'm hoping it's got a lot of sand and a lot of fill into it, because again, these are a lot of the lots that I call cobble pebble. I mean, there's the fines are gone on the asphalt. It's just the aggregate that's exposed now, very rough. And so I'm assuming that our mix that we're putting on in a slurry is going to be heavily sanded.
Yes.
Very good. All right. Now, the other question I had was back on Montebello Oaks, when you were talking about replacing the sidewalks, didn't we have an individual year or so ago that was complaining a lot about the Montebello Oaks sidewalks that had some major tree issues? I didn't see any of those on your list, look like in your diagram.
Yes, so the Montebello Oaks neighborhood, and many of the east side neighborhoods, they're all under the landscape and lighting district. And so according to the landscape and lighting district funds, they are supposed to address any sidewalks that needs to be repaired, because the reason for those sidewalks uplifting is because of street trees and the roots that's causing them to upheave. So they need to be reviewed as part of the trees and how we need to take care of the trees and have the roots removed, but then not get it to the point where we're killing the trees. So they're a little bit more challenging to do. So most of our sidewalk repairs are really the east side and the older part of town, and on areas where they are not in the landscape and lighting district.
Was it because they planted the wrong species out there that tends to be more root invasive?
Yes, and also, unfortunately, when the project was submitted for a development plan application, the choice of trees were not chosen very well, and they tended to be trees, like for instance, a few of the neighborhoods have planted oak trees, and that's not really a good choice to put next in sidewalks.
All right. And the last one is roundabouts. I'm glad you sent that diagram of our inner curve for the, let's see if you can bring it up. Yeah, right there. That's what I was asking about last time. And it's funny, I met Dave Athey at a meeting for the Wilhoy project, and they have pending roundabouts inside their development. And I want to make sure that we have like a city standard that curve does not get too sharp, that it's easily rolled around, especially in residential neighborhoods that, you know, are going to be smaller, tighter radiuses than Golden Hill and Rolling Hill there. I'm not sure. From what David told me, we really don't have a standard, never really been addressed. And now that we're getting into more designs using roundabouts, I think it might be good as far as a item that we bring up, I guess, probably at the Planning Commission, and get some sort of a review on what's available and what we might want to see in our city. So it's just something as a thought to maybe think about. So this is all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Ditas, thank you for your report thus far. Now, there's two areas that I know are planning to rebuild the streets that there's been a lot of attention, a lot of questions. I'm hoping you might have at your fingertips a ballpark time and a reason why there's going to be a delay in getting to them. One, of course, is Commerce, and the other is the Country Club area. And I know we're getting a lot of emails about those, a lot of citizens that are concerned because they're in pretty bad shape, but they're also very expensive to rebuild. So if you could make a brief comment on those two, I think it might help to alleviate some of the concerns.
We have not delayed the maintenance of those streets. They are on the list, albeit it's not next week or not next month. So they are on the list, but they are on the years. So we're going to do those streets on the year that is on the list as shown. I think Commerce is in 22, 23, I think, somewhere in that vicinity. And then the Country Club neighborhood is in the 23, 24, I think. I can't remember, but they are on the list. It's just that we have to wait till that year comes, and then we'll do those streets. So they're not delayed, they're not postponed. We created this list, the 6-year list that was adopted in February 2020, and we're just plugging along each year. We look at the list, this is what's on the list, we do it on the list, and absent of catastrophe, that there's no money available or anything like that, I don't foresee postponing them or anything of the sort. We just keep going based on those lists as shown, adopted to be done in the year that is shown on that list.
No, I understand that, but I think what they want to know is why isn't it happening quickly? I think both of those projects are very expensive because they're road rebuilding, aren't they?
Well, even if they are quote unquote very expensive, as I told you, it's on the list, and that list has a budgetary number next to it, and that's the number that we think we will be able to fix it based on that top dollar amount. And so it's plugged in, it's budgeted, it's good to go. Like I said, unless all of a sudden prices go 300-fold, I can't predict that, but at this point, whatever money the budgeted we show on the list and the amount that we put on that list, we think that's adequate funds, and we'll be able to do it.
Well, I think that's the point, though, that these are more expensive to fix because of how much work has to be done. So they had to wait until the money is there to do so.
That, and also, if you recall, the first parts of the list that the council adopted, it was recommended that we do all our collectors and arterials first. So we did that, and now we're chipping away at the residential areas. And so we're trying to do each, like we don't want to do this street in one residential area and another street in another area. So we try to collect them all in one track so they're all done simultaneously.
I understand it. Even though Commerce is a collector, it was a former runway of a World War II airport. and therefore hasn't been fixed since World War II to any great extent, correct?
I don't know. It might have been done while I wasn't here, but it's on the list and we're going to be doing it.
Okay. Right. I understand. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
No questions. Thank you for all the information, Ditas. You're right. We get emails and residents that contact us. Thank you so much for the information.
Thank you. And Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, our city manager, interim city manager, had his hand up to comment on the golf course area, I believe.
Okay. Greg, you want to chime in?
Yeah, Council, I just wanted to remind you that we've had a request made by a community member to report back on the country club streets, and staff is preparing a detailed report for your consideration at your next meeting on July 8th. That's all.
Good. Steve, did you have comments?
I did have a couple comments or questions. Ditas, thank you for the report. I have questions from people on the roundabout during the detour, and I was able to answer almost all the questions except for citizens that live west of the roundabout. How do they get to the east side of the roundabout and back?
You mean during construction?
Yes.
So if you live, let's say, well, where I live, I shouldn't say. If you live off River Glen and you want to say you want to go to the Culinary Academy, for instance,
right?
You could either go to Creston, make your way to Creston, and then to Golden Hill, and then to Rolling Hills. That's one way.
Okay.
Or you could go to Highway 46 and go to Experimental Station, South River Road, Experimental Station, turn right on Buena Vista, left on Highway 46, and then you can go that way. It is circuitous. I'm not going to kid you, but that would be the way you would need to go.
And so if somebody living on like Kleck Road in Union, they would basically backtrack to Crescent Road or go out towards Buena Vista and back in that way?
Correct. Or they could make their way through, that would be the best way, probably.
Yeah, and then there is no right-hand turn off of Union Road before the roundabout for those people who want to take advantage of the Ardmore Road. They have to backtrack all the way around.
Right, because that whole intersection will be closed.
Correct. Okay, that was my question. And do we have that available on our city website?
The detour route?
Yes.
Yes, that's what we're doing right now. We're getting ready. We're putting together all our paraphernalia and materials so we can post it and notify people and give flyers and information on how to maneuver through this construction time over there.
All right. And what is the start date on the construction, please?
We're targeting, well, first we want to make sure that Ardmore Road is complete, obviously, and so that is actually on your agenda later today because it's going to be part of the Union Road Traffic Safety Center construction. Once that's approved tonight, then we will advertise for bids to do the grading and to do the Ardmore Road. So then we'll follow it up and advertise for bids for the Union Road, Golden Hill intersection. So we're hoping that the Ardmore Road will be in place by end of December. So then construction at the intersection for the roundabout would start right about then.
Okay, thank you very much to this.
Thank you, Ditas, for that report. We appreciate the information. Up next, we have a proclamation for Juneteenth. Receiving the proclamation is Paula Carr from the NAACP. Paula, are you with us tonight?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. We're glad to have you here.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here.
So what I'd like to do is I'd like to go ahead and read this proclamation, and then when I'm finished, turn the microphone over to you if you have any comments.
Thank you.
Here we go. We're declaring Saturday, June 20th as Juneteenth Day. Whereas since 1865, the American celebration known as Juneteenth has historically been observed as the end of the institution of slavery in our great nation. And whereas Juneteenth embodies the indomitable human spirit of the past, the present, and all time, Whereas the celebration of Juneteenth gives us all the opportunity to rededicate ourselves to the true American spirit and to strive for a more perfect union. Whereas we are citizens who wish to secure the blessings of freedom, justice, and equality for all in this great country of ours. And whereas the collaboration of community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, local businesses, and local government demonstrates a shared commitment to being part of the solution and acknowledging the importance of strength through unity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim June 19th as Juneteenth Day, although the heading says June the 20th, and recommend that all citizens of the city of Paso Robles join in recognizing the importance of this day. And so, Paula, if you'd like to take the microphone, we welcome you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, fellow council members. On behalf of the San Luis Obispo County branch of the NAACP, I'd like to thank the city for your recognition of the nation's annual Juneteenth celebration, commemorating the end of slavery in the United States. Your proclamation has an important ceremonial aspect, but it also extends far beyond what appears to be symbolism. It reminds us of our essential shared humanity and of the road we are on to achieve, in the words of the Pledge of Allegiance that was just recited not very long ago, liberty and justice for all. We would like to invite you to become members of the NAACP if you aren't already a member. And we would also, this is a good timing because we're all coming out of COVID hibernation, and now we have another reason to celebrate. We invite you to join with us in the Juneteenth celebration and to find out more about what that consists of. It's going to be on Friday evening and also on Saturday evening. Please visit the website for the NAACP, and that is naacpsloCty.org. And again, we thank you very much for this important recognition. It means a great deal to the community.
Thank you very much for being with us this evening. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a recognition regarding Cal Poly. The presenter will be Police Commander Davis. Mr. Davis, are you with us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm with you tonight. Can you see my presentation?
We can.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing me a few moments here to speak tonight. I'm excited to share this project that we've been working on here at the police department. I put together just a few pictures to kind of highlight what we've been doing, but this is a project we've been in collaboration with the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo Construction Management Department and specifically a group of seniors that recently graduated. This project started approximately 2 years ago when we began looking at our needs of our range and seeing the needs for the updates. Before you, there's a picture of what our range looked like back in January of 2019. We started with trying to make some updates and removing that structure and a few of the other things that were out there. We have a drainage issue out there, so we were working on moving things around. Everyone who knows that if you go to the range here in Paso, which is out at the airport in the winter time, it was pretty muddy. It wasn't very usable. We began by building a wall so that we could have our targets behind there, and we were able to make the range more usable for our officers at that time. But we were kind of at a standstill. It was at that time Chief Lewis actually developed a relationship with Cal Poly and some of the groups down there and put me in contact with a group of construction management students. And so when I was able to meet with these students, I was able to show them a list of our desires and what we wanted for our range, and we have updated the range. They began their project in February of this year, and it was a group of students along with the director for the construction management group, who are actually all online here tonight with us as well. This group was dedicated to the project. We gave them our desires and our very limited budget, and they were able to put together an amazing project for us. As you'll see as these pictures develop, Sergeant Hermanson with the police department was instrumental in working closely with the students from Cal Poly, keeping us within that budget and within their time frame, which is really nice working with students because they have to finish the project before they graduate. So they were in a hurry, and they continually worked tirelessly throughout the project. The days that we had poured concrete, as you can tell, we had a lot of hands on deck during those days. Aaron Borden with Public Works was gracious to help us with delivering out DG. These students from Cal Poly, they were able to get contracts and materials donated from Cal Portland and Viborg, and they actually surprised us with this nice star that is now set in the center of our range. They actually made this, which is our badge that we wear every day, and they were able to do that. Is this picture you see here is just kind of highlighting their dedication to the project and working countless hours late in the evening just to make sure they finished on time. Here's just about a finished product of our range with this group of construction management students who all graduated last Saturday or before and have moved on to their current jobs. We are excited to have this partnership with Cal Poly moving forward, and hopeful that we can continue to update our range with future groups and just continue to have that partnership. So tonight I just want to show you the council those images, kind of where we're at as the police department, the update that we've been able to have, and really just can say thank you to the Cal Poly team who's all on tonight for the work that they put forward.
Very good. Appreciate that. And I'll ask if there are any council questions or comments. This, again, is a presentation item. No action is required. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions for staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong.
It looks like a wonderful job. I'm wondering, many years ago, there used to be an annual skeet competition between our fire and police departments. Does this range still allow for that to happen?
Mr. Strong, I'm actually not familiar with that. Chief Lewis would probably have more information on that than I would. I'll have to ask him about it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
No questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Councilman Gregory.
Good job, Caleb, and thank you to all the Cal Poly folks that helped build that, and looks like a great improvement to the shooting range. Thank you.
Caleb, thank you so much. And our thanks to the Cal Poly folks. We appreciate all the help they've given us in making this a reality. It's certainly going to serve our emergency services people and be a real improvement to our ability to address those concerns. We appreciate that. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you.
We come now to general public comments. General public comment is a time set aside for people in the community to ask questions, make comments on items that do not appear on tonight's agenda. If you would like to comment on an item that does appear on tonight's agenda, there will be a separate public comment time set aside when we hear that item. The general public comment, we ask you please to give us your name so that people know who's speaking and speak up so we can hear you. You're given 3 minutes to make your comments. And if you get to the end of those 3 minutes, I will give you a gentle reminder of that. Right now, we have one person standing in queue for public comment, Aaron Kardashian. Aaron, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Hello?
Yes. Hello?
We're ready for your comments, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Martin and council members. My name is Aaron Kardashian. I'm with Semgo Garbage and Buckeye Processing and Material Recovery Facility. We're a recycling facility just outside of Paso Robles. And I wanted to just talk a minute about SB 1383. As we approach some of that regulatory thresholds is for organic recycling. There will be some changes that the city will need to make. Some of those changes will include procurement efforts. And we have partnered with Paso Robles Waste and Recycle back in 2007 and have met many of the regulatory needs of the city. Over the last 14 years, we've worked in harmony with the city doing that. We've already given away in excess of 1,000 yards to some of the city residents. And that's going to be huge for some of those procurements. I wanted to let you know that we're ready in every way to make sure that SB 1383 goes smoothly for the city as far as organics are concerned. Had many conversations with your franchise hauler, again, Paso Robles Waste and Recycling. And we see a wonderful fit with our facility. We've been able to also partner with Compo Gas, a digester down in San Luis Obispo, and 100% of your restaurant food waste and business waste is going there for further digestion and processing, where it actually generates renewable CNG. And that's going to be huge for procurement efforts on the city's part as well. I know that you guys haven't had much of this on the agenda as far as the actual procurement efforts and SB 1383. I know there's been talk and stuff going on with the IWMA and some of those things that are happening, but when you get down to the brass tacks and the efforts, just want to make sure that you know we're here for you. We're ready to make those things happen, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for being here and for making those comments. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you.
No questions asked, no answers needed, so we are going to move on with our agenda. We will close general public comment and move on. I'll ask the city manager if we have any agenda items that are to be deferred tonight.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. We move on to our consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if discussion is wanted by a member of the council or public, the item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Council members and members of the public may offer comments or ask questions of clarification without removing an item from the calendar. Individual items are approved by the vote that approves the consent calendar unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. Items pulled from consent will be heard at the end of the meeting. With that, I'll go to council and ask council members if they have questions or would like to have items pulled. Mr. Hammond?
None for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
None for me either. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia?
No, sir, none from me.
And Mr. Gregory?
I just had a quick question on the pump track at Barney Schwartz Park. Was that reviewed and approved by the Parks and Rec Commission?
This is Greg Carpenter.
Mr. Gregory, this is Frida Berman, and yes, it was.
Greg, anything else?
No, sir. It's these are Recreation Foundation funds, and this is a growing area of interest. So we're happy to bring this project forward.
So no other questions from me. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Open public comment on the consent calendar. I see no one waiting in queue to comment. I will close public comment, bring this back to the council, and entertain a motion to approve.
This is Councilman Gregory. I'd like to make a motion that we approve items 5 through 12 on the consent agenda tonight.
Councilman Strong, seconds.
I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. A reminder to everyone listening in that this agenda tonight with all the associated documents and staff reports are available on the city's website prior to the meeting. For those who are just tuning into the meeting and haven't had a chance to look at that website and look at that agenda, I would like to ask our interim city manager to please give us a short report on the consent calendar items we've just approved.
Mayor, Council, there were eight items on your consent calendar. The first being approval of City Council meeting minutes from your last meeting on June 3rd. The next item was receipt of warrant register or payments made for the month of May. Item number 7 was the receipt of minutes from the Planning Commission for 7 of their last meetings. Item 8 was ratifying the city manager's authority to enter into emergency contracts for repair fire station number 2. Item 9 is update to the public on the city manager recruitment process, the permanent city manager recruitment process. Briefly, There will be 3 panels interviewing city manager candidates, 2 of which will be made up of members of the community and members of the city's executive management team. The 3rd panel will be the city council. That round of interviews will take place on June 30th. There'll be a second, potentially final round of interviews taking place on July 13th, with the objective to have a permanent city manager in place in the month of August. The next item was the approval of the interim city attorney and interim assistant city attorney. Unfortunately, our current and interim city attorney, Kimberly Hood, is leaving us. This is her last week for other employment. So council is asked to approve and place Elizabeth Hull and Isaac Rosen as our interim city attorney and interim assistant city attorney. Item 11 we discussed was the award of the design contract for a bicycle pump track at Barney Sports Park. These are funds coming from the Recreation Foundation to fund the design effort. Item 12 was the approval of a letter of support for funding of improvements to State Route 46 through the Antelope Grade. That's the portion of Route 46 in the county that is still 2 lanes, and the improvement project there would call for it to be made into 4 lanes, and we're sending our letter of support for that project to move forward. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that report. And again, a reminder for folks listening in, all the details behind those headings are available at the city website, prcity.com. You go to government, agendas and minutes, and you'll find it all there. And just tons of stuff you can read and learn about the city. We move on now to public hearings. Item number 13 is approval of resolution confirming the existence of weeds or noxious growth, creating a potential fire hazard, and ordering abatement. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, members of the council. I'm Battalion Chief Fire Marshal Randy Harris, here tonight to ask for your approval of Resolution 21-XXX, confirming the existence of weeds or noxious growth, creating a potential fire hazard, and ordering the abatement of the parcels that are attached as Exhibit A. With this year's drought conditions, it's especially important to reduce or remove any dry and flammable vegetation to help reduce the community's wildfire threat. Initial hazardous fuel inspections were conducted the first week of May. Utilizing a combination of both full-time and volunteer staff members, all 3,000 plus city parcels were inspected for compliance with the city's hazardous fuel ordinance. 630 parcels were determined to be in violation, and letters of non-compliance were sent to both property owners and occupants. On May 18th, those non-compliant parcels were declared a public nuisance through Resolution 21-054. Starting Monday, June 2nd, the declared public nuisance parcels were once again inspected, and those that were still non-compliant were then mailed a notice of public hearing for tonight's council meeting. As of today, 54 parcels remained in violation of the city's hazardous fuel ordinance. It is staff's recommendation this evening that the council declare a public nuisance relating to weed abatement and order the fire chief to abate the weeds and noxious growth on those properties, attached as Exhibit A by adoption of Resolution 21-XXX. Fire and emergency services staff will continue to work and educate property owners of the threat of wildfire in our community, and any property owner can still abate their parcels themselves prior to the arrival of the city abatement vendor. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff? Councilman Hammond.
Yes, Randy, obviously, if we're going to be abating, are we going to be doing it at a certain time in the morning where it's not so windy or hot? Is that the normal plan?
Yes, sir. The plan will be to use string trimmers during the morning hours, and that'll be part of the contract with the vendor.
And does you require the vendor to have a fire extinguisher available in case something does start, that they could mitigate it quickly?
Absolutely. A wet fire extinguisher and a shovel are part of the normal requirements.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
No questions. I'm just very, very pleased how few parcels we have for a change. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to public comment. I'm looking at my live screen. I see no one waiting to comment. I'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for action. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve Resolution 21XXX, confirming the existence of public nuisances described in Exhibit A and ordering the abatement of weeds or noxious growth to abate the nuisance.
Strong will second.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Strong. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Item number 14, approval of vesting tentative map 3105 amendment. Mr. Athey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is David Athey, City Engineer. Tonight I'm going to present the proposed approval of an amendment of vesting tentative map 3105. The items that we're asking council to consider include a map boundary amendment, an amendment to the legal description because the map boundary has been changed, and also a water line phasing change to the conditions. So this item here on the screen shows the approximate location of River Oaks 2. It's just to the north of River Oaks 1 and Traditions and other developments out just north of State Route 46 and west of Buena Vista Drive. So a little background for tonight. The City Council approved the general plan amendment, an amendment of the Borky area specific plan, did a rezone and adopted a master plan of development in June of 2016. The amendments designated and zoned the property for 271 residential units with certain areas to be maintained as ag or parks and open space. The Planning Commission subsequently approved vesting tentative map 3105, the 271 residential subdivision in August 2017. And that map is attached to your staff report as attachment 2. The vesting tentative map also split the project into 6 phases. Phases 1 and 2 include 144 units. Later on tonight, we have a proposed final map approval for council to consider with the first 73 lots of those 144. And those are in the Traditions Active Adult community. The rest of the phases include 127 single-family residential lots, and those I know the developer is working on. Oh, and by the way, council, we have the developer on the line tonight who is available for questions, but he had planned to make no presentation. So in 2018, in conjunction with city staff, the developer modified Lot 3, which modified the tract boundary and subsequently changed the legal description. And that's shown here on the screen. So Lot 3 is what's currently known as the golf course. The old lot line was right here on the map. And the developer, for various reasons, decided he would like to have this little lot now become its own lot, the clubhouse and the golf club amenities. So Lot 3 expanded down this direction, which caused the map boundary to change. This is now the tract boundary, the blue line plus the black line, and also changed the legal description of the property. Pardon me. So now the owner of Lot 1, which is shown here on the screen, is requesting a final map. The tract map, legal description, and the boundary need to be correct in order for it not to cause mapping issues, both with the final map and future final maps. So this is part of the amendment, is to reflect that the new tract boundary is reflected in this blue and black line, and the legal description now will match the legal description that's needed for Lot 1. The second item that we'd like you to consider tonight is a modification of condition 24. Condition 24 calls for a installation of a recycled water line from North River Road to the Cuesta College property boundary in this location. The developer is conditioned to install an 8-inch PVC pipe in this alignment, approximate alignment. However, the city is requiring them to install a 24-inch pipe, which we often do and provide reimbursement for the developer for that oversize. Now, phase 1 is owned now by a different developer, Dennis Moresco of Midland Pacific Builders, and he's requesting his final map. Mr. Moresco has constructed this line to the end of what's going to be Village Drive. Village Drive is going to connect out to Buena Vista eventually. That will occur with phases 3, 4, and 5, which are these areas over here in Lot 4. So we worked with the developer and we agreed based on the timing of the city's recycled water line project and the timing of the grading for phase 5 in this location that it made sense to actually split the requirement to build this all with phase 1 into building the portion with phase 1 that is essentially easy to construct, that all the grading is complete. We won't have to build a really deep recycled water line. It'll make it really cost effective for both the developer and the city. So as I said, it splits the installation into 2 segments, the segment from to Village Drive cutoff and then from Village Drive to Cuesta property. They've agreed to install the second segment here with prior to the final grading of phase 5 that will occur. There's some steeper slopes in this section and a lot of dirt that needs to be moved. So installation of this pipeline now would be costly, both to the city and the developer. As I said, it better accommodates both their plans and it's more cost effective for both the city and the developer. And so there's not as much money has to be put out by the developer, and the city will have a lesser reimbursement for the oversized pipe. So this is the proposed condition. 24A is added. There's some strikeout. This language is now contained in 24A. These will work in harmony together in the conditions, and the applicant has agreed to these. Now, we did receive some comments tonight on the vesting tentative map amendment. One was related to emergency access. There's concerns about dust control, which we get quite a bit on any construction project. And it was a comment about trails and bike lanes. Now, these don't have anything to do with the items before you tonight, but I thought I would address these just so everybody kind of has background and knows what's going on, because these comments did go to council. So the first one is phase 1 and 2 emergency access connection. So this is phase 1, Mr. Moresco's project, which he is going to be asking for a final map. In the back of the project, there's an existing emergency access off of River Road. And I've reviewed this with the fire marshal. And we've also, this is the approved plan. So there's a second way out, an egress, emergency egress in the back. So folks can get in or out if need be, if some emergency happens. So this will serve phases 1 and 2. Now for phase 3, 4, and 5, Village Drive, which ends right here at the moment, will be pushed through to Buena Vista Road. So before phase 3 goes in, or the next phase, this road will be complete, and there'll be another way out for the project. And there will also be secondary connections to the development to the south, so that there will be even additional routes of egress from these areas. Now, there was a comment about trail system or lack of bike lanes and sidewalks. Actually, this project has quite a robust sidewalk, class 1 type trail system. There is one on Village Drive, which will connect through the project and down to the resort area and along this lake type pond area here, community center. There's also internal sidewalks and active adult trails in the age-restricted development here. And then there are also public access trails that the public can get on and make connections to various locations. So they've got a fairly robust system of trails within the development. And with that, I'd offer up to council in my staff presentation and recommend approval of the resolution amending the vesting tentative map and the condition of approval 24. And I'll hand that back to you, Mr. Mayor, for questions.
Thank you very much. And I understand Mr. Wilhoit is on board to answer questions also.
That's correct.
So questions of staff or Mr. Wilhoit, starting with Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David, I guess probably best with you. The portion of the recycled water line and that's going to be picked up at a later date. What's our timing on that? Because I've met with Jerry Lohr and the water agency to the north that wishes to purchase recycled water along with Nassau Water. What's the timeline on getting that next portion through phase 5 and then, of course, on down to Buena Vista where their turnout is? David?
I think he's muted and doesn't realize it.
I apologize. I was muted. Thank you, Mr. Strong. So the timing of the water line segment from Village Drive to the Cuesta College property is really not dependent on Mr. Lohr's project or the city's project. It's actually dependent on the grading for phase 5. Now, I've talked to Mr. Wilhoit, current owner of this lot 4, and the 3 phases within it. And they're coming in with their grading plan fairly soon. They plan on, they'll be grading phase 3 and 4. I don't know the exact timing, but I do know that this phase here, 5, is likely to occur sooner than what the city will need. Now, we did set the condition up that the city, if we need to move fast, if things happen quickly, that the city does have the right to still build this line on our own. And we would work that out with Mr. Wilhoit in terms of the credits that are due, whether we build it or Mr. Wilhoit builds it, because they're conditioned to construct an 8-inch line.
That's what I thought, David, that they were conditioned to do that. But then you said that they're not going to do that now, or at least you allow them not to. That's why I was wondering about the timeline. Okay, when maybe Dick, do you have an idea when you might be able to foreseeably see, where we'd be getting into that line? And then, of course, once it gets to the end of phase 5 line there, we still have to pick it up at Cuesta College property and get it down to Buena Vista. But what's your thought for timing on that? Dick Wilhoit, are you available?
I see him in the list and his microphone isn't muted, but I can't hear him.
No, I cannot either. So, all right, that's fine, Mr. Mayor. I was just curious. I'll ask him privately on what the plan is on that then.
Okay, maybe he'll get reconnected here in a sec. Councilman Strong.
Yes, no, I have no further questions. It looks a pretty good plan, and it's been well thought out for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
I was just going to say, Mayor, that he just raised his hand. Mr. Wilhoit did.
Okay, thank you. I will get back to him and we'll do another round here in case somebody wants to talk to him. Any comments, Maria?
No, sir, no comments. Thank you very much for the update. We were receiving a lot of emails on this, so thank you so much for breaking that down.
Thank you. And before I get to Mr. Wilhoit, Steve, any comments?
No, I'd like to find out what Mr. Hammond is asking about that continuation of the line. Thank you.
So, Mr. Wilhoit, I see you're with us. I see a hand up. Can you hear us now? Are you with us?
Mr. Martin, this is Wes Wilhoit. Can you hear me?
Wes, we can hear you. I see Dick Wilhoit on my list. Can you answer that question? Councilman?
Sure. I know he was having some microphone problems earlier, but we hope to have these plans in by September. Hope to break ground by the end of the year, and then it's just really up to the market on our absorption, how fast we move through those first 3 phases. But our intentions are to go as fast as possible.
Thank you, John. Any follow up on that?
Okay. Well, wouldn't that be put in before you start building there, Wes, in phase 5, or that portion to the end of your eastern property line?
It would go as soon as we do the mass grading on phase 5. We're still looking right now. We might mass grade the entire balance of the project, or we might do it phase by phase. But as soon as the mass grading is done in phase 5, we could either build a line or the city could build a line.
Right.
So we're still kind of working those details right now, but hopefully to move as fast as possible.
Okay. All right. Well, then, final question, Mr. Mayor, then, with regard to the connection going down to River Road, where the black dotted line ends and it goes down to our connection coming from the wastewater treatment plant, way over on the left side. I'm talking about on the other side there, David. Yeah, right there. Going down now back to North River Road. What is the city's plan? Because that's going to be on our nickel, I believe. What's the thought there?
Yeah, so this section of line as you know, is a bluff and very steep. So the city has proposed and worked it out with Mr. Moresco and Mr. Wilhoit that we would build it. We've received a credit for that already. So when we get ready to install the rest of the system, the Cuesta property and this portion and the portion that goes underneath the river, we would complete at that point and connect to the stub out that's currently existing here on phase 1.
Okay, yeah, I understand that, but again, maybe Christopher Lacko might be the better one to ask about. But I mean, we need to get this into the budget, obviously. What I'm trying to go to here is that we have people to the north that want to use tertiary water. And it's part of our plan to be able to sell that water. And so if we don't have a real timeline here, they need to have certainty on a lot of things. And I'm trying to figure out if we don't even have this in the budget to do our portion of that connection, both in Cuesta College and also across the river, we need to get there. And so that might be something that council needs to weigh in on, or at least get some direction on.
Okay. Mr. Strong.
No further questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia.
Sorry, no question, sir.
Very good. Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, I'll just agree with Mr. Hammond on getting the information on that line being hooked up in a timeline. Thank you.
Very good. We'll go to public comment. I see no one standing in line to make public comment. I will close public comment on this item, bring it back to the council. And if there's no further discussion, entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be happy to do that if no one else wants. Okay. Let's go ahead and then approve resolution 21XXX, modifying vested tenant map 3105 and condition of approval 24.
Second by
Garcia,
Greg.
second.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, seconded by Councilman Gregory. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on now to item number 15. This is a multifaceted item. If we wind up making approvals, we're going to have multiple motions. This is Plan Development 21-04, Conditional Use Permit CUP 21-16, Oak Tree Removal OTR 21-09, Tentative Parcel Map TR 21-0016, 2924 Union Road, EN 0253620. The City of Paso Robles. Could we have a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Darren Nash, City Planner. Before you this evening is a request for your approval of the Union Road Safety Training Center. As you mentioned, this is a development plan, a conditional use permit, an oak tree removal, a tentative parcel map, and the associated mitigated negative declaration. The city has contracted with Wallace Group along with Omni Design Group to develop the overall site design, engineering, and architecture for the project. George Aguilar of Wallace Group will be making the presentation tonight, but first we are going to have a brief overview from Chief Stornetta, who will provide some background on the need for the facility, and Ditas Esperanza, city's capital project engineer, will provide some background on the site, how it relates to Ardmore Road and the extension to Union Road, and the construction phasing of the project. And with that, I'd hand it over to the chief.
Good evening, Mayor Martin and members of the council. Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. So we've been planning this fire station for many years, since our call volume has reached a point where we're unable to respond to a majority or a large portion of our calls. Just in the last few years before we added the paramedic squad, there were over 700 times that we relied on our neighboring fire departments to assist us. Once the paramedic squad was implemented, we've reduced that number to about 200 times a year that we're unable to respond when someone calls 911. Additional factors are that our response times that are outlined by or adopted by city council are to respond to all emergencies in 4 minutes or less 90% of the time, and currently we're achieving that goal about 56% of the time. One of the biggest contributing factors to that is that our geographical travel distances between the two fire stations we currently have, one being downtown and one over in the Sherwood Park area. So it leaves a pretty big gap in the northeast and the north region of the community for our resources to travel. Additionally, as we all know, our insurance premiums continue to increase, especially being in a wildland zone here. So ISO has recognized in their recent report in 2020 that we were not meeting the standards for fire flow requirements in certain areas of our city. So the addition of a fire station and personnel out there will help address our ISO ratings moving forward. And additionally, it's a training center is the long-term goal, as well as a fire station. And one of the biggest contributing factors to our low ISO score in that area was the fact that we do not have a training center located in the city, or for that means in the North County. So this would be helpful moving forward to meet the ISO response times and provide an extra piece of equipment to address the simultaneous calls that we're unable to respond to, as well as address future development moving forward, especially as we just reviewed Mr. Will Hoyt's plan over in the River Oaks area. It would help us respond to that area as well. That this would be the station that responds to that area, as well as the Chandler projects. So with that, that concludes my part of the presentation.
So the plan for the project is to do it in 3 phases, 2 for sure. 3 phases, sorry. So the first phase of the project is to initially do a mass grading on the whole site. We will do contour grading in preparation for the eventual construction of the phase 1 fire station. It will also include installing the detention basins as illustrated on this exhibit. We will also be installing a sewer line, and then at the same time, we will construct the Ardmore Road street as shown on the east side of the road. And then once the grading is complete, and so the idea is while we're doing the grading, then the safety center phase interim facility or phase 1 facility will be undergoing through a design phase with the architect, with staff and city council, and developing that and getting that to the point where then that would be ready to advertise for bid. The reason being is that we are on a timeline to get this delivered as soon as possible because of the need of the SAFER grant that the emergency services staff has been able to get, and we are required to have people on board as soon as possible with regard to that grant. So that's why we're trying to do this phased opportunity to get it delivered as soon as possible. So that's the scope. The minute that the council approves this project, we will then advertise for bid to do the mass grading, the sewer, the detention basins, and Ardmore Road, and also remove the 3 oak trees that we hope you approve. And then we'll follow it up with the vertical construction of the Phase 1 facility, and then eventually the Phase 2 Safety Training Center.
Good evening, City Council. This is George Aguilar with Wallace Group, and I'm here to do a portion of the presentation representing the entire team. That includes Wallace Group as the lead for the civil design, the survey, the utilities coordination and design, the roadway extension of Ardmore that Ditas just spoke to, landscape architecture, the water quality and drainage, working closely with the city staff, fire department, police department, public works, and community development. Omni Design Group is our lead architect, and they are taking care of all the vertical design elements, the buildings and facilities, and 5-foot offset from the building wall footprint. They too are working very closely with the various city departments, and they have various sub-consultants working underneath them for things such as the mechanical, the plumbing, etc. Earth Systems is the lead geotechnical design consultant. Next slide, please. This is an overview of what Phase 1 includes, and it does have the Phase 1 anticipated facilities shown in the darker colored line work with a screened out version of what future conceptual site plan would look like. So I'll focus in on some of these Phase 1 facilities, and this includes the mass grading component as well as the vertical design for Phase 1. Ardmore Road extension that Ditas just mentioned is coming from the south at its current terminus, headed northward towards the right side of the screen, and then curving towards and connecting to Union Road. And we're making a connection to at a 90-degree angle, as Ditas mentioned in previous presentations. That gives you your best ability to have good sight distance. In the middle of the screen there, you can see that we have a driveway coming in to the site on the eastern side of the proposed facilities. That will serve both the emergency vehicles access to the apparatus bay and the public parking lot that you can see there in the middle of the screen. There will be a gate that closes off the back side from the public, and only emergency vehicles, fire department, and other city staff can get into the backside. On the top of the screen, you see the odd-shaped figures there. Those are the basins that are being mass graded at the very beginning of the project to not only take care of the Phase 1, but the overall conceptual master site plan, and that's per requirements for the Regional Water Quality Control Board. We do show at the very top of the screen a bypass swell that the city staff is working closely with property owners on the west side of the city parcel, which may or may not be successful, but we do have an option to build the site without doing a joint swell. Next slide, please. This slide has a more vivid representation of the overall conceptual master plan. In the middle of the slide that we just went over the Phase 1 improvements, I would also note that we have the Phase 2 improvements for fire department right where the cursor is at the moment. The parking lot that I mentioned at the very beginning is still serving the site, not only for the fire department facilities where the cursor is currently, the future fire department, but also that would be the public parking lot for the potential police department facilities on the northeast, right there where the cursor is. So that parking lot would be situated in a location that it can serve both departments for the public interaction. Additionally, off of Ardmore, there would be another entrance. It's a gated entrance for fire department and or police department entry off of Ardmore Road. That would then allow to the left an evidence storage building, an evidence secure parking area, as well as then to the right, secure parking area for police department facilities. In the center of the screen, you would be looking at the big gray area is the training facility field area with a tower and miscellaneous facilities for training on the west and east-south portions of that training area. This overall master site plan includes approximately 6 acres for these facilities, and there's a 2-acre remnant parcel that is going to be subdivided or is in the process of subdividing on the south. That parcel is available for the city to sell to a private party or to use for public facilities needs for other departments if it so chooses. Next slide, please. Here we get to some of the cooler pictures, and this is the perspective and elevations. You can see on the very top of the slide, you see the proposed north elevation that shows what people will see. It's a simulation of what people will see from Union Road. You can see the 4-bay apparatus portion of the building, and then the station on the right side. There's a little cutout area where we propose a flagpole to be. The basin would be just to the right of that with some ornamental plantings not shown on this perspective. In the middle of the slide, you see the southern elevation, which is visible to people on the site from the south looking towards Union Road. And then at the bottom portion of the slide, you can see the proposed east elevation facing west and the proposed west elevation facing the east. And next slide, please. This is the conceptual perspective with a color board that speaks to the different types of materials. The perspective, of course, is on top. The material types and the colors are on the bottom portion of the slide. You have cement board or stucco siding, metal roofing, all with complementary colors, and all reflecting the fireproof mind. This is an initial planting concept that was viewed by the Planning Commission. They showed they were seeing this planting concept, and I wanted to show it just so that you can contrast some changes that we made based on Planning Commission comments, and also some of the key ingredients in the planting concept. First of all, there was a tree survey and a mitigation per arborist and biological report, and all mitigation trees are to be planted on site. The site also is anticipating that we're going to minimize any impact or avoid critical root zone, specifically of the heritage tree in the front end of the parcel, the north end, right by Union Road. That tree is to remain in place. The plant palette and the placement and gravel mulch between the widely spaced shrubs were determined in close coordination with the fire department and the architect for fire-safe landscape design. And the landscape layout can be used as a fire-safe landscape design example for community education. All of the proposed shrubs and the ground covers are considered low water demand with drip irrigation and ornamental plants. The irrigation controller will be inside the building, and it will be programmable, of course, for water savings. The basins will have minimum hydro seeding and minimum watering just to establish the hydro seeding. And the majority of the site that has that light green color is going to be hydro seeding without the watering. Next slide, please. This is the revision to that initial concept plan based on the Planning Commission's efforts. Most of what we went over still holds true. One particular change is extension of the fencing towards Ardmore Road and establishing of additional, what would have been future plantings, but now being brought into phase one, plantings along the Ardmore Road frontage and extending it a little bit further to the east along Union Road. I'll make note that the plantings along the Ardmore Road frontage will be protected, offset from both the future sidewalks on Ardmore Road or the future fencing for the police facilities. We've got about 16 crepe myrtles there, so widely spaced apart, about 35 feet. We're not looking to augment a lot of maintenance needs, but we are looking to respond to the comments from the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. And this is a slide that's very helpful to yours truly. As an engineer, I can tell a plant, but I can't tell you what kind of a plant that is. And our landscape architects are experts at that, and they can provide what I need to be able to see what these plants are. On the left top of this slide, you'll see the trees that we anticipate planting. We're looking at crepe myrtles, or ornamental street tree type, and oak trees as mitigation as well as frontage enhancements. In the center of the slide, those are the architectural accents. Again, low water usage types, but a variety of different colors. And then on the top right, you can also see the color accents. We're looking at different types of sages, low water usage. In the middle center, we've got the ground covers that we'd be using, again, sparsely planted, but keeping the maintenance low. And the landscape materials on the bottom left would be boulders and gravel mulch. Next slide, please. So this is the fencing plan now that the Planning Commission was visiting and reviewed. And there was a lot of review and a lot of discussion about the fence types. In particular, they wanted us to reconsider the chain link fence with the privacy slats and do something to enhance that a bit. We also spoke to the lengths of the ornamental steel fencing and maybe enhancing the limits to have more visibility from the frontage on Union Road. And also wanting to defer discussion specific to the blue lines or that split face wall with the ornamental steel on top until later time so they could please. This is the new iteration to respond to the Planning Commission comments. And you can see at the top of the screen, you've got some red line work and some green line work. The red line work is the ornamental steel type fencing that's on the lower left. It's just a visual of that. We do have it extending from the west side of the building across over to a gate that would be used by Public Works and Maintenance Department folks for maintenance of the sewer line that's planned. And there's a roadway there for maintenance of the sewer line. Where the red turns to green, it is essentially equivalent and offset from the building that is being constructed or planned to be constructed on the parcel to the west. So the ornamental steel would go through the sight lines of people on Union Road. And then we would switch to an upgraded fence. And that's the vinyl clad, black vinyl clad, I should say, with dark brown privacy slats. That does a little bit better job of blending in with the ornamental black steel fence. That's the green line work that goes to the south along the west, and then along the south perimeter, encompassing the basin all the way over to Ardmore Road and a portion of the way up Ardmore Road. That fence can be there as a permanent installation. Then the purple line that you see along Ardmore Road is what we considered a phase one temporary. That too is chain link fence like the previous, but it might be replaced when phase two construction comes into play. As the purple line ends, it connects to the orange line. That is what's considered phase one temporary ornamental steel fence, which would have the ornamental steel that we're speaking of, and also a privacy screen that would be applied on the inside portion of that steel fence. We have some materials from Marilite that are being recommended for this type of a fencing, and we'll be working with staff to pick the appropriate materials there. And there is an electric gate coming in from that driveway. Next slide, please. This is a picture now that looks at the overall acreages and what's being planned for the phase one that is in blue and green versus the phase 2 that is looking at the yellow. So in the phase 1, there's a total of about 4.5 acres that are being worked on. And with phase 2, that acreage increases to the 8 acres, the 5.04 acres of the 8 acres, and then about 3/4 of an acre for the basins. Next slide, please. This is a slide that has a lot of engineering to it and a lot of contours that you can see through the site. What this is speaking to really is how the site is going to be worked to mass grade for the future use. You can see on the southeast lower left portion of your screen, that's the southeast corner of the building, of the pad, I should say, the lot. That is the highest point in the lot, and it has traditionally flowed to the west and then to the northwest corner of the property. So that is still going to be the high point. Ardmore Road is going to be matching in the existing terminus and then slowly profile down to match into Union Road. The lot grading is intended to match with that and keep the lot at grade with Ardmore Road. Internally, we needed to have a flatter area, so we're flattening that out in for the training facilities, and then of course for the building pads. And our lowest points, of course, are going to be in the basins that we're taking any runoff from that easterly area and collecting it in those basins. And that's going to be separate from any historical runoff or flow drainage from the south going north towards Union. So we're holding all of our own drainage on site. Next slide, please. This slide is intended to show where easements are intended, how the parcel is to be split. There's lot 1 and lot 2 that we're looking at. The south parcel is approximately 2 acres, parcel 2. And parcel 1, which is the focus of this presentation, is approximately 6 acres. There would be Ardmore Road extension as a public road right-of-way. There's already some easement there. It's going to be widened a little bit and extended to include that north connection. On the west side, we'll have some easements for not just the sewer line, but also any drainage that we put in as a public drainage easement. And that pretty much concludes my portion of the presentation. I'll hand it off for the oak portion to Darren Nash.
Thank you, George. With this project, there are 5 oak trees located on this project site. There's a request to remove 3 of them. Looking at the overhead here, there's the large tree kind of in the center at Union Road is tree number 1. That tree is going to be protected and be a focal point of the project. That's a large tree. Just to the right of that is tree number 2. This tree is in poor health, and I have some photos I will follow up these slides with, which will show that, but this is a tree that is proposed for removal. And then down to along Ardmore Road is tree number 3. This is a kind of a small scrubby bush type oak that's proposed to be removed for the construction of the road. And then further to the west there, tree number 4. This tree is pretty much dead, and I can have photos of that as well. And then tree number 5 at the back corner will be preserved. So the photos above, tree number 2, this is the one proposed for removal at Union Road. It's had some past failures and has some non-growth on a majority of the limbs. So this oak tree is proposed for removal. To the right, oak tree number 3, this is the small kind of multi-trunk oak at the edge of Ardmore Road that's proposed for removal. And then this tree here, a majority of it, it shows dead limbs with some sporadic growth on some of the limbs there. And this is a request for removal as well. So on the oak trees, as George mentioned, the landscape plan provides for replacement oak trees that exceeds the oak preservation ordinance in terms of replacement trees for oaks removed. So with the council's review tonight, we'd be requesting removal of the trees, and then there would be replacements required with this landscape plan of this project. So kind of to conclude this report, options before the council tonight are would be to approve the project, which would be the resolution for the mitigated negative declaration, the resolution for the development plan and the conditional use permit, the resolution for the tentative parcel map, and the resolution for the oak tree removal. Options beyond option one would be to amend the above list of actions. Option 3 would be to refer the project back to staff or the Planning Commission for additional analysis. Or 4 would be make findings to deny the application. The recommendation to the council from staff tonight is option 1, to approve the list of resolutions approving the project. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Great deal of information there, and thank you for stepping us through it that way. Hopefully, we can all get our arms around that well. We will have questions of staff, and we'll go to a public comment. I do have one person waiting in queue for making public comment. When public comment is finished, we'll bring it back to the council for discussion and any action. So with that, questions of staff, Mr. Hanman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I start off with my first observation, maybe to George Aguilar. George, in looking on my set of plans here on our staff report, I didn't see any actual dimensions on the overhead doors, which I've been doing here for my life for 42 years. And also, I've been driving fire engines here for the city for 19. And my question is when they come around the back of the station, the turning radius, like if you pull up the plan that showed the landscaping, you clearly have a engine, I'm sure it's to scale. And I'm concerned about the width of that door and also making an entrance into the back. And because of the concrete's not going out too much to the south at this point, you'd almost have to drive, way to the left and then make a hard right into the back of these bays. And I'm assuming it looks on scale that these are probably 12 by 14s. Do you have any reference on the actual design of the door itself?
Thank you, Councilman. I believe you are correct. I do also want to introduce, and we have in the queue here for question and answers, Tom Ray, who is the project architect. And wondering, Tom, if you could unmute yourself and maybe weigh in on some of the considerations and the coordination that we've had with the fire department staff.
Hi, this is Tom Ray. Yeah, the doors are 14 by 14, and we went a little extra wide on the edges and everything, and widened out the bay. We've done traffic studies, or a study on the tracking of the fire engine to get that in there, and have addressed that.
Right. If it's a 14 wide, then I could see that, it'd be a little easier coming in at an angle. But if not, you're almost pretty much going to go straight in 90 degrees to the back of the building, which makes my thought here again about the concrete, maybe another panel out or something. But it's hard scale-wise here to really visualize it. But you can see that engine right there that you have drawn wouldn't make that first bay right now, or it'd make the second one. It's just, it'd have to, almost make it back up and straight in type of a thing. So that was my concern, just an observation. I just, if nothing else, once we get the practice field done, we would be able to drive into that area and then more straight. But I see it as being a little bit of a confinement. That was really the only thing I had as far as.
We were actually worried about the other corners. and looked at that as well when you're coming in that other gate and turning around that, and that worked as well.
Right.
Councilmember Hammond? Councilmember Hammond, this is Randy Harris, Battalion Chief Fire Marshal. I worked with Tom on this, and we did give him the ladder truck spec on it, and then we did go with 14-foot wide by 14-foot tall doors, just so that aerial can fit in any of the bays and make those turning radiuses that you're addressing.
Yep. Very good, Randy. Yeah, that's just something, scale-wise, I'm kind of curious of, how that's going to lay out. But, and my other question, maybe Randy, if you're here, phase 2, the end of that, the east end, that's in dotted line right here now. What exactly, is that the training center that's going to be converted to training later? Or what physically is going to be in that portion, the east portion of the building?
The phase 2 portion is a residential addition that would consist of both office space and the residential living quarters for the long-term station. The current residential spaces being proposed before you tonight would be turned into a training classroom that would go hand in hand with the training center and tower included.
All right. That's what you originally explained a year or so ago when we started talking about this. So that plan hasn't changed then, sounds like. So I also like the fact that we have some room to the very south of the property line that we might be able to do some other development there for, like, for instance, our fleet corporation yard or something like that. If we wanted to bring it into town, that would be an excellent location. Does the police department have their shooting range in here anywhere? We talked about that originally.
Councilman, this is George Aguilar. We did have some coordination with the police department. Originally, it was a consideration. It was removed from consideration.
Okay. Interesting. All right, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. And I'm glad that Councilman Hammond brought up that the fire truck there. And I thought that might be a large fire truck. And it looks like those are pass-through bays, are they not? Jorge, maybe you can answer that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear that, Councilman Strong.
Fred, yeah, they're drive-throughs. They're
drive-throughs, and those are two driveways, so there's two ways in and out, correct?
The driveway from the apparatus bay building is meant to be an exit-only driveway used by fire department staff, and the driveway to the east is two-way.
Okay, all right, very good. And then on the contour lines, on the contour maps showing the grading, I can't see any data. So I'm assuming those are 1-foot contours?
They are.
Okay, very good. That helps the visualization of just how much there's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Fred. Councilwoman Garcia, please.
No, thank you. No questions at the moment.
Thank you, and Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, on this slide, this is a good slide to have up here. On the back part of the lot where we have that surplus 2 acres, whatever we're going to do with it, George, how much of that lot's going to be usable with all the different retaining basins?
The vast majority of it is going to be usable, Councilman Gregory. If you can see on the top part of that screen and that lot, we do have a basin there, exactly. And that is a combined basin with the basin for parcel 1, which is the northern portion of the overall parcel. You can see the contours show a V shape or an intended grading that is going to go into where we have that rectangular area, that's rock slope protection area. Mm-hmm. So it is going to be usable up until that basin. Over the majority of the parcel will be usable. And even on the very southern part of that basin, we were playing around with figures and we were seeing that area could also be usable as part of the lot.
Okay, and then I assume that the southern border borders another property line. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then so the access or egress and ingress would be off of Ardmore Road?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I don't know if anybody has an answer to this question. So do we have any proposed design for the police department's structure there showing to the east of the fire department's structure?
I can answer that. This is Darren Nash. When we reviewed this project with the Planning Commission, we indicated that the future design of the police department substation facility would go back to the Planning Commission since there is not a design at this time. There was discussion of possibly keeping it at a staff DRC level, and the Planning Commission requested that that facility go back to that phase 2 substation, go back to the Planning Commission in the future when the time goes for that particular project.
Very good. Thank you, Darren. Those are all the questions I have, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions of staff, I'm going to go to public comment. We have one person waiting in line to make public comment. Mr. Keith Ham, are you with us, sir?
Hi, thank you, Mayor and council members. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. So this slide is actually perfect, or we could use this one as well. So I have the neighboring parcel to the west of the fire station. I think the fire station is well needed, and I think that the city should get this done as fast as possible. My thing is we don't have an agreement on the easement due to the fact I found out about the easement from my architect last month on the 3rd, and we never had a meeting till the 25th of last month when it went to Planning Commission, and now we are still trying to hash out the whole easement and what are we going to do and that kind of thing. Those are my concerns, but I don't want to hold up this project because holding up this project is holding my project up to the west as well.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
Those are my concerns.
Yeah, thank you for raising that issue. We will try to get that resolved for you. We appreciate your hanging on for so long and making your comments.
And I have one more thing. I don't want me, standing my ground and having retaliation on my building project and holding up permits and everything.
Very good. Anything else, sir?
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see no one else in line to make public comments, so I'm going to close public comment on this item, bring it back to the council, and we could have staff please comment on the easement agreement that Mr. Ham referenced in his comments.
This is George Aggie. It has two options. One is for the concept of a joint easement, drainage easement, and that's at the top portion of the slide. And the second one is on the lower portion of the slide, and that is for a no joint easement concept. We'll start by focusing in on the left side of the top, and you can see there that there is an easement, an existing easement coming from the south that has collected, it's a drainage easement, and it has collected water that has traditionally over the centuries spread out from the mountains to the south all the way to the north and flowed. Development on the south has proceeded and has collected that to constrain it within an existing drainage swale. And we have taken a look at not just the on-site drainage from the proposed facility, but also did some forensic research and looked back into what was coming to the site from the south. We discovered that the drainage coming to the sites, both sites, because it splits the property line to the west of Mr. Ham's property and was coming onto both properties. specifically before any development was happening, the blue lines that are shown is the path of travel of the water following the contours of the pre-development flow. It would go towards the center of the westerly parcel, then flow towards the north, and then begin to veer towards the northeast and back onto the city's parcel and to the Union Road southerly frontage, where it would, in the lower flow events, go into an 18-inch culvert that crosses Union Road just to the east of the cursor there. So what we have done is we've identified it. It took us a while to identify how much it was really coming in the 100-year event, then to work with Mr. Ham's architect and civil engineer, review past drainage reports, and we realized that the off-site drainage had not been accounted for in that development. So we brought it forward to the city staff and to the civil engineer and architect that Mr. Ham is working with. Also happens to be Omni Design Group. And we did have a mishap in communication because we believed that the information was being relayed and didn't directly approach Mr. Ham, so that delayed about a month before we sat down and met with Mr. Ham. However, noting that there were some concerns, we did develop the non-joint swale option that you see on the screen below. And that will emulate the flow coming from the south while not allowing it just to get pushed onto the city property. It'll follow the property lines and go to the city's property on the very northern portion of the site. The city does end up taking a majority of the water, and we, in this delivery of the non-joint swell, would lower the contours at the southerly point of where that swell from the south comes in, and take the majority of the lower flows that are coming there following the perimeter of the city's property line. In the higher flows event, the water would continue to spread, and we did not study how it would spread exactly with the development that Mr. Ham is putting forward.
So if I understand, we have an option that does not require an easement from Mr. Ham, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at least in a once-in-a-century storm would actually mitigate some of the runoff from his property?
That's correct.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that. I think we need to make sure that Mr. Ham understands that, so he doesn't, he doesn't go forward with information that's or erroneous. Okay, so that answers that question. Let's go to council for their questions. And just a reminder, we have multiple actions to take on this item when it comes to making motions. We'll start with Mr. Hammond. Any further comments?
None, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to do whatever you need for motions.
Thank you. We'll go through the circuit here and see if we have any other comments. Mr. Strong?
No, I think everything I was wondering about has been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Me as well, sir. No further questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, I just I want to make sure Mr. Ham is good with the decision with whichever way we need to go here. I think we need to provide some kind of direction, or maybe Mr. Ham's comment on here, because I think it'd be easiest for us to move the easement off of his property, but I want to make sure we're not damaging either project by doing so.
Right, exactly. I just want to make sure we're all dealing with the same set of facts, because it gets very confusing when you're not. Okay, I hear no further comments. I believe Mr. Hammond offered to make the motions for us.
I'll be happy to, Mr. Mayor. Then on behalf of council, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project subject to conditions and approval for the following actions. 1, approve draft resolution A, recommending that the city council certify the mitigated negative deck for the project.
Second by Gregory.
I have a motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory for approval of resolution A. If there's no further discussion on that motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Mr. Hammond?
Option B, then to go ahead and approve draft resolution B, recommending the council to approve plan development 21-04 and conditional use permit 21-16.
Second by Gregory, but I do have a question.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory. Discussion, Councilman Gregory.
Is there any point on any of these motions we need to mention Mr. Ham's property and the easement line to make sure that we work expeditiously to solve that?
It's a good question. Staff answer that? Do we need to explicitly call out the option that does not require an participation from the property adjacent?
So, Mr. Mayor, Warren Frace here, Community Development Director. So I think we have two options that will work. The ideal option is the easement option with Mr. Ham, but that does require cooperation and agreement on Mr. Ham's part. If staff's unable to reach that agreement, then we'll default to option B. So both options work under the plan as proposed. So I think we're fine approving the project, and then we'll still have to work with Mr. Ham to come to the best decision that works for him.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Resolution C.
Mr. Mayor, I go ahead and approve draft resolution C, recommending this council to approve tentative map PR 21-0016 for the project.
Second by Gregory.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory. If there is no further discussion on that motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. One more.
Go ahead and approve then draft resolution D, recommending the council to approve oak tree removal 21-09.
Second by Gregory.
Motion by Hammond, seconded by Gregory. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We move on now to discussion items. Item number 16 is acceptance of the final map of Tract 3105-1 for recordation vintage at River Oaks 2. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is David Athey, City Engineer. I'll be presenting this item tonight. Final map acceptance for Tract 3105-1, vintage at River Oaks 2. So on your screen, this is the vicinity map here showing the site location. It's just down at the end of Clubhouse Drive. It is the first phase of the River Oaks 2 project, which we heard the tentative map amendment earlier tonight. This final map. Oh, and by the way, I have Dennis Moresco on the line, who's available for questions in case council has any tonight. So Exhibit A here shows the boundary map of the tract. Creates 73 new lots. So those are single family homes, a couple road lots, and a couple open space and drainage type lots. So the applicant overall has complied with conditions for phase one. We've all worked very hard to get this final map to this point. They are currently working on the installation of their improvements. They have been grading the site, getting it ready for the new homes going up. I know Mr. Moresco has his model home plans. Those have been issued to him. The installation of the subdivision improvements are not quite complete yet, though. So he has submitted a signed subdivision improvement agreement, which would guarantee those improvements along with letters of credit. Mr. Moresco has also signed the annexation to our existing CFD 2005-1. That would bring these 73 lots to our CFD, and he's submitted the amendment of special tax lien to us. We also have an oversized line reimbursement agreement. So Mr. Moresco is conditioned to install an 8-inch plastic recycled water line, although we've required him to upsize that line to 24 inches. The city and Mr. Moresco have both agreed on the cost differentials and the credits that the city would receive for the 8-inch pipe and the credit for the construction of the part that down the hillside that we talked about earlier. Mr. Moresco has also signed that. The city is ready to sign if council approves tonight. The applicant, as part of the larger development, Mr. Wilhoit and Mr. Moresco have been working together. I do have the CCNRs; those have been approved. The HOA documents have been executed. We have all the easements for the document. There's emergency access, water, sewer. We also have farm notice, a right to farm notice, and an ag notification. And so these documents have all been provided. And lastly, the map is now technically correct. The city engineer and the surveyor, we both agree, along with the community development director, that the map is ready to record. So with that, we recommend option 2, approval of resolutions 21XXX A and B. That would approve these documents, the subdivision improvement agreement, the annexation and the CFD, and the other items that go with the map. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back over for questions to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. And we will go to the council for questions, and then we'll go to the public. If there's any public comment, then come back to the council for deliberation. We'll start off again with Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to throw a compliment out to staff and developers, everybody working on this project over the years to come fruition to this point. I think it's badly needed to have additional housing in our city. And of course, Moresco makes a wonderful home, great builder. Maybe a question for Dennis. What is your thought to get something coming out of the ground? How fast are you going to want to move forward on this?
Well, we already started.
Well, I'm talking about basically building, Dennis. You've already got slabs down, or are you moving?
We started the 3 models, and as soon as you approve this, we're ready to start the next 4 homes.
Got it. I see. All right. That's all I had. Again, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to go.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Well, no, I think it's great to finally see this thing going. I have one question. Maybe Dennis can answer this. I assume that because that's all recycled water, that's going to be purple pipe, right?
That's correct, Mr. Strong.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
No further questions, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, just for clarification on the levy of the special tax of $973.57, is that per lot per year?
That is per lot per year, and that does get adjusted annually.
And I too like to thank Mr. Moresco and Mr. Wilhoit for keeping the nose to the grindstone, and David for you helping them and working with them. Thank you, and Christopher. That's all I have.
Very good. Thank you. We will go to public comment. See no one standing in queue to make a public comment. I will close the public comment on this item, bring it back to the council. We do have 2 resolutions. One is quite wordy. I'm going to ask the city attorney, do we legally need to read all this verbiage into the record, or can we just make reference to it in a motion?
Sorry, I couldn't get unmuted. You could just make reference to it in the motion.
Thank you very much. If there is no further discussion on the item, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. This is Councilman Gregory.
Yes.
First item, we approve resolution 21XXXA with all A, B, and C included with that.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
Strong seconds.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Kind of a race to the second there, but John won it by a nose. If there's no further discussion on this motion, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move to approve item number 2, approve resolution 21XXXB, items A, B, and C.
Hammond.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. It is time now for item number 17, adoption of operating and capital budget and appropriation limit for fiscal year 2021-22. Staff report, please.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Here tonight to present to you the proposed budget for the city for the fiscal year 2021-22. Really, this is our guide for spending beginning on July 1 and then ending on June 30th, 2022. So this includes budgets for all city programs and all city funds, including police, fire, and emergency services, street and road maintenance, water and sewer and airport services, and as well as the recreation and quality of life amenities. Typically, the city has done a 2-year budget, but because of the lingering impacts of COVID-19 and the recent change in city management, just like this last year, we are only proposing a 1-year budget, and then next fiscal year, we plan on picking back up on the 2-year cycle again. But because of the complexity and the amount of information contained in the budget document, we held a series of discussions throughout this year to talk about the city finances, to talk about city goals and priorities, and that's actually my first slide here. On the city goals and strategic priorities, this discussion was held in February this year, where the community visioning and goal setting workshop was presented. This kind of set the budget priorities for this upcoming fiscal year, and really to receive input for what the residents would like the city council to focus on in the next 12 to 18 months. So the workshop was held in 2 parts, an interactive morning visioning session was attended by about 50 or so community members, council members, and city staff. And then the afternoon goal setting session really allowed the council members to use the input gathered in the morning session to focus on targeted goals. So as such, the proposed budget for fiscal year 21-22 is not only balanced, but it does allocate resources consistent with the strategic plan and core values of the city. And so what is in the budget? Now, this is kind of a similar slide I presented in previous budget reports, and this is actually my favorite schedule because I'm a nerd like that. But this is kind of that high level, that 10,000-foot view of the city financial overview for all funds and all activities. So as you can see on the schedule, this is on page 26 and 27 of the budget report. And the schedule will list each individual funds down to the left, show each revenue sources for each of those funding sources, the expenses, so the preparations for personnel services and operating expenses, debt service and capital, and then we have our inter-fund transfer shown here. And then on each bookend, we have estimated reserves at the beginning of the year and what estimated reserves are at the end of the year. And I rarely should put reserves. I should change that. It's actually it's not necessarily reserves. They're more unbudgeted funds in each one of those respected funds. So for the general fund, the very first number we can see here, we're anticipating a general fund balance of right around 19 million. It represents right around 50% of ongoing operating expenses. So it's a really good, healthy reserve balance, and it's really been kind of the target to stay right around 30%, or at least not to drop it less than 30%, so that this budget continues to maintain adequate general fund reserves. Now, there are 6 funds that are projecting to be negative at the end of the fiscal year. They include the Measure J20 Supplemental Sales Tax Fund, It includes the downtown parking fund, the impact fees from fire, police, and traffic, and as well as the airport-specific plan fund. Now, the Measure J20 supplemental sales tax fund is overexpending pretty much because of the front loading of fire station number 3. As it was just previously discussed, all grading, site improvements, utilities, and Ardmore Road improvements needs to be completed in this first phase. So the total cost for phase 1 is just under $7 million. It is anticipated that both future J20 revenues as well as development impact fees, once they come in, will replenish the fund reserves once paid and received. On the downtown parking program, it is intended to be solely paid and ran through and operated on parking revenues and fines, and so there's no negative impact to the city's general fund. Unfortunately, it's going to take several years for the program to be fully operational and really to start receiving its maximum revenues. Granted, the COVID-19 pandemic also kind of put a significant delay in the full implementation of the program. So because there are such significant startup costs, there was an interfund loan from the general fund made 2 fiscal years ago that covers these initial revenue shortfalls, and then the repayment of this loan or the restoring of fund balance will occur once the revenues start being generated. And then really the last 4 funds are kind of all interrelated with the impact fees and specific plans. It is the city's kind of past practice to advance some of these higher major capital projects. So for example, the Union Road Public Safety Facility, Fire Station 3, like I just mentioned, that is going to cause those impact fees to show negative. And then as well as the roundabout at Golden Hill and Union Road will show that transportation fund to be a negative for a little bit as, again, these developments in the east side of town start occurring, and then those impact fees will replenish those negative reserves. Outside of reserves, you can also look at this high-level schedule at a fund level. So each of our major operating and enterprise funds are circled here. These fund statements actually follow this summary schedule on pages 28 through 39. The fund statements show different revenue sources, so it actually break down what the sales tax component piece of it is, what the property tax component is. And just like on the expenditure side, so not only will it show that this expenditure is shown here, the personnel, operating, debt, and the like, but it will also break it down by each individual department. For the general fund, the majority of the revenues it receives obviously is made up from taxes, which represents about 80% of the overall money that the fund receives. In total, we're anticipating about $46.5 million for the upcoming year. That represents a 7% increase. Now, this is a larger than normal increase, but just keep in the back of your mind that our revenue base is lower in 2021 because of COVID. So yes, a significant increase in revenues year over year, but we're still going to be in that kind of recovery phase. Proposed general fund expenditure, which a majority of the city services kind of falls into, totals $46.2 million and represents just a 1.6% increase year over year, with the majority of expenses, a little more than half, going to police, fire, and street maintenance services. Of those departments, similar to the rest of the citywide departments, the majority of these costs are related to the people we hire. It's right around 55% of the general fund is to pay for the salary and benefits of our employees, with another large majority going towards capital and street needs. Also shown as a standalone fund is the newly passed Measure J20, and this is really kind of has given us the opportunity to make the most strides in city council goals and priorities, specifically on public safety and infrastructure improvements. So this is a repeat of the slide I've showed the last couple meetings. Nothing has changed, and this is just a very simplistic way of showing the community what we're using the Measure J20 funds for. So the proceeds of J20 will address improving road quality, making sure we follow through on the 6-year street plan. It will be used to help design and build Fire Station number 3. It will help get us to complete the 911 system upgrades. And then really the most important piece of it is additional staffing in public safety, which will help with our response times. So not only can you look at the budget, through a funds perspective, you can almost look at things at citywide, at sort of citywide level. So the first column I have highlighted here breaks down personnel services, and then specifically on pages 41 to 44 of the budget report, we break down what positions specifically the city is anticipating to hire this upcoming year. So this is a slide. It's broken down by department, not necessarily by funds. All the city departments are listed here on the left. The gray bar shows what the actual authorized positions were in fiscal year 18-19 and what they're being proposed to in this upcoming fiscal year. And so as you can see, there's been some growth in some departments, some declines, but for the most part, we're kind of very, not a whole lot of expansion in admin services, city manager's office. Same with community services, just, very minor staff expansion. But as you can see in emergency services, we're making big strides in getting emergency services staff, getting police services staff. That's the biggest increase over the last 4 years. And again, this has all been made possible by Measure J20, with them being able to, or with that measure being able to fund 7 emergency services employees, 2 public works, mainly on the street crew, and then 9 police officer positions and dispatcher and records clerk. So for a total of 18 FTEs being able to use, or only being able to hire because of Measure J20 in passing. Now this is only for the first year. We do plan that as Measure J20 goes on along, we'll be continuing to add on and address some of these lower declining staffing levels. The other item I want to note on this slide is in community development. There is a slight increase in staffing there. It's increasing 1 part-time administrative staff person to a full-time position, and then the creation of a development review engineer. Because the development review engineer is a new position, one of City Council's actions tonight is to approve the classification description there. Again, next section, as I kind of go through this, we do break these down in more detail. As far as debt service goes, all the detail on all of the city debts can be found on page 97. But I did want to dive in a little bit more detail on PERS, because this was a question that Councilmember Hammond did bring up recently. So this is a history of CalPERS pension expenses for the city and kind of what we're forecasting into the future. As you can see kind of right out of the gate, in fiscal year 16, 17, and before, the cost of pension was solely based on a % of employees' income. But as both CalPERS changed their method of assumptions and ways for cities to start to decrease their pension obligations, they started reducing their staffing levels, which then reduced the amount of money that PERS was getting. However, as you can kind of see in these bar charts, a majority of the pension costs actually are trying to fund that unfunded liability piece of it. So in fiscal year 17-18, CalPERS did make the change, so they're splitting out a normal cost. That's actually the true cost of retirement today. And then we have the unfunded liability payment that kind of tries to address our big unfunded pension liability. Now, the gray bars are still based on a % of payroll like it was previously, but the lighter blue lines, the UAL payments, are now a flat dollar amount. And the city is required to make those payments regardless if they have 1,000 staff members on board or if they have 1. In fiscal year 19-20 was the first year of the ramp up due to the PERS actuarial assumption changes, and it was a ramp up of 4 years. So beginning 19-20, big increases until we kind of get to this year 4, and then from here moving forward, the UAL payments should start flattening out. Now, back in fiscal year 18-19, when we last did the 2-year budget, I was kind of living in the world of, well, why should we wait 4 years to recognize these pension impacts let's try to start paying those, or let's really start recognizing they're living within our means today in order to just be better prepared for when those full PERS increases occurred. So we had initially planned to send Section 115 trust payments or trust contributions in lieu of paying more money to CalPERS. But the ultimate goal was really just trying to make sure that these kind of total years over years are starting to flatten out rather than just deal with this ramp up. Now, what happened was we did make this discretionary payment, but then come in 1920, COVID hit, and then we kind of pushed pause on any discretionary payment. So we didn't make this payment and we didn't make this payment either. In all actuality, when we kind of look at what we actually did do, we did do some major one-time significant payments in 16, 17, and in 18, 19. Regardless, this next fiscal year, it is proposed that we'll make a little $421,000 payment to the Section 115 trust. Again, that's really just to kind of just try to level off our annual contributions to PERS. There. This all has to do with annual payments. I like to more focus on what the actual truly unfunded liability is. And what this graph does is, and I know it's kind of a little backwards where a liability is a positive number and the Section 115, which are assets, is a negative number, but that's how this graph works. So the darker brown or the darker blue line is just the plan. This is the miscellaneous plan, the police plan, and the fire safety plan. And as you can see, in 10-11, we were under 30 million as an unfunded pension liability, but then come out to the most recent valuation report, 18-19, and we're over 40 million. Now, granted, what the 40 million doesn't do, right, doesn't take into consideration the 115 trust we have in there. So really, we could at any given time with council authorization take the money out of the 115 trust and send it to the PERS so that this overall liability decreases. But really, I was just trying to show this as a sense of this is why we kind of PERS did what they did on increasing our contributions, because really over time we need to get this liability downwards. Even as you can kind of see even though I don't have actual reports for 19, 20, and 21 yet, we are anticipating any sort of significant decrease in PERS. I'm thinking it's going to start 21, 22 when these additional payments, these ramp-up payments, are fully going to start making their way into the actual reports. Okay, back on the main summary page, we have a capital outlay. Again, there's a dedicated section for just capital outlay. Those can be found on pages 71 to 79. But big picture for the capital projects, we're looking at Fire Station 3. That's going to be a cost of just under $7 million. We're looking at the construction and the roundabout at the intersection of Golden Hill and Union Road at about $6.3 million. That's going to begin later this summer. And then we have about $6 million in road and street repair anticipated in those areas. I think that Dita Cisperanza's presentation tonight kind of covered those specific areas. And I also do want to mention too that I know that our street road and repair segments are listed on our website, but we do show a 5-year outlook of all of the street repairs that are planned. They're kind of more in neighborhood areas. So, but that is another source that the community members could see if their road is on the to be prepared listing. And then lastly, the CIP does start making progress towards the deferred building and park maintenance. I went over that with you about a month ago. There's about 9 different sites throughout town that we want to improve, and really we can't defer any longer. We did establish funding for the ADA transition plan and the local roadway safety plan, and then continued funding towards our major capital projects, the 24th Street Bridge, the 5th Street Bridge and road realignment, the overpass at Union Road and 46th. Again, all detailed project descriptions can be found on page 71 in the budget book. And then lastly, that last section, again, interfund transfers. Again, we have more detailed information on transfers. Transfers are simply where costs are shown in one fund but is funded by another One as a very simplistic example is with our landfill, we are required to set money aside for the eventual closure and post-closure, and then all of the maintenance that's needed after the landfill is decommissioned. And so the general fund has to send the landfill closure, post-closure fund right around $180,000 a year, so that when the landfill is closed, there's adequate funds to follow through on the operation. So there's a whole listing of different transfers that we use. The major new ones are to do with the internal service funds for information technology, for fleet, and for risk management. So those are new transfers when compared to next year, but they still have the same typical transfers, the capital project transfers out of the general fund, which is the Measure E12 into the CIP fund, where all the street, road, and maintenance projects are housed. And that really concludes my presentation tonight, Mr. Mayor. I try to keep it very high level, but I am more than willing to, or happy to answer any questions that you may have. There are 4 council actions tonight. One is to approve the first resolution, which adopts the actual budget for fiscal year 21-22. The second resolution adopts the appropriations limit, which is a limit that the Constitution requires the city to calculate to ensure that we are not overtaxing our citizens. One thing to note real quick on that one, we've been historically in the, I think, the high 60s, low 70s of appropriation, but with the additional $10 million plus from Measure J20, it actually had put us up significantly, or much more closer to the limit, a little closer to 90% of the appropriations limit. So that's a little bit different from prior years. And then thirdly, the revised classification description for the new development review engineer. And then lastly, to go ahead and renew those community partner contracts that we discussed with council on June 3rd. That's the end of my presentation, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cornell. Very complete, very clear, very transparent and accountable for the public. We do appreciate that. Let's go to the council for questions. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you very much, Ryan. I mean, you were reading my mind. I went right to Special Revenue Fund 403, which is our pension 115 trust. And it looks like we're only going to fund that 421, but it's better than nothing, which we haven't done for the last couple of years. So at the end of the budget, it looks like it's going to be about 9.1 million, almost 9.18. Is that, I guess what I'm saying is, you know, with where it's sitting, is it best to leave it there, or do you think it might be good to try and pay off some of this unfunded liability at this point, or what's the thought here? In other words, keep building it up or leave it where it's at?
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually. And even I don't think we ever really established good guidelines on when would be the most appropriate time to utilize these funds. I think that just off the surface, if there's any other additional changes that CalPERS makes with their assumptions that again increases our annual contribution to them, I think that using these funds to kind of help mitigate those large increases in the future is a good idea. Even additionally, if CalPERS doesn't meet their rate of return on their investments in 1 year and it creates another huge liability growth, we could tap into these funds to just pay off that year's unfunded liability. So at least we're not making things worse into the future. So those are kind of probably 2 areas that we probably could utilize these funds. But honestly, it's up to the city council when to use them. For the most part, we have been outperforming PERS since we've established this. That's not to say that it will continue in the future, but we have been making more money than PERS, holding on to the money ourselves.
Right. That was the whole option. We keep control of it ourselves instead of giving it to them. So again, maybe an analysis that might be good to work up and be in the back shelf whenever we want to review it, and might be having a good idea to find out what to do with it then. The only other options I had to look at was the gas tax and the road maintenance funds. It looks like about 1.5 million roughly. That's estimated revenues. And of course, that's going in to help our streets again with J20 funds. Is that already accounted for in our J20 plan, or is that separate from J20 plan for use of road funds?
So the gas tax component is just our typical annual slurry seals sidewalk repairs, and so that's been kind of an ongoing program that we're just continuing forward. The SB 1 funds were recently approved. Either the last council meeting or the council meeting before that to go towards Crescent Road. Now, one thing that is not on the budget for at least for 21-22 as of now is Crescent Road, because we were going to defer that to 22-23. We didn't want to congest the Union Road Golden Hill with the roundabout any worse than by doing construction on Crescent Road. So we delayed the Crescent Road project by a year, which then meant we didn't need to spend SB 1 funds quite yet, and we'll carry those funds forward to when we actually construct Crescent.
Okay, very good. That's all I had, Ryan. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Strong, please.
Well, thank you very much. And Ryan, a very good job, especially I believe you've been very conservative and taken only the money that you absolutely are certain we're going to have, which is very good. But we are anticipating additional money. I know you're aware that I'm working on money at the federal and state level, and we are getting some. We haven't heard exactly how we can spend that $5.5 million that we're getting from the federal government through the state as an entitlement city, but that can be used somewhere when and as it comes in. And I assume you're going to bring back amendments at such time that we have a change in our financial picture. Also, you have a pending bill in Congress right now that's going to escalate some of our money upwards for roads, which and I believe also, well, I know that efforts from me and my staff at the state level just last week got our entire county region an extra $5 million, of which the cost to us is going to be $350,000. We still have a net $4.5 million are going to be available between the various jurisdictions in the county, but that can help us again with some of our road problems when that comes through. So I'm assuming, of course, you're going to bring back amendments to the budget at such time that we have some certainty in those areas.
Yes. Yeah, thank you actually for bringing that up. I did meant to include that in my presentation tonight and somehow slipped or read through them. But the American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA funds are not included in this budget. It's because we didn't get the final guidance and it was too late into the budget process to include that. But I am doing research now that the budget's close to being passed. And so we do plan on July 8th to bring that first kind of study session on ways and uses for our ARPA monies in the future. Now
right.
we do.
I happen to know that Creston Road is going to be escalated in time, brought a little bit sooner if these funds come through as expected, as possibly will some of our bridges at Union Road and up to the airport.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Ryan, I also appreciate how detailed the report is so that we can pass this on to the community. But I also see on here the replacement fund. I know that you've been talking about that, and I really appreciate putting that in there so that we can estimate when something needs to be replaced, or even equipment or IT or fleet maintenance. I really appreciate that. And just being able to break everything down and being transparent, like the mayor said, to pass this on to the community. Thank you so much for the report, Ryan.
Thank you.
Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, Ryan, just a couple quick questions for you. On the capital expenditures on the major ones, you had one picture of that. And I believe most of those funds are coming out of J20 and the half-cent supplemental tax. Is that true?
Correct. Fire Station 3 will initially be paid for with Measure J20, replenished with future development impact fees. And then the Union Road and Golden Hill Roundabout is going to be paid for out of traffic impact fees. So those are going to be paid for by developers. But then the road maintenance is yes, a majority between Measure E12 and Measure J20 for the road repairs.
And, along with Councilman Hammond's comment on the fund trust fund for offsetting our costs for liabilities. As we continue to go with positive budgets, we can continue to build that fund up. And I'm going to ask the same question in a different way than Councilman Hammond is, at what point do we take advantage of that fund? If we see a leveling off, that we continue to build that fund up to what we earn and then what we contribute to that fund, is there a point that we should act on that as a council?
Yeah, I think that having a kind of a study session, or at least a trigger, or at least better policies on when and when it's most appropriate should be brought forth in the upcoming year for consideration.
All right, excellent job and nice clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions of staff, we're going to go to public comment. I have one person standing in queue for public comment, Jan Albin. Jan, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Ryan, I got a little bit lost in when you were talking about the interfund loan. So it's my understanding that the parking fund was loaned an initial amount of money, and it continues to loan money to the parking fund because the parking fund is not yet profitable, doesn't have any substantial revenue. So my question is, if you just made the comment, as a matter of fact, that it was going to take several years. And if I'm not mistaken, that interloan fund accrues interest. So my first question is, because I missed it, does that interfund loan come out of the general funds? And secondly, how do you regulate what it is you feed to that fund to keep, everything going? And how will it ever be paid back if it's in the deficit condition that it is today, and it's going to take several years of continuous funding? How will we, and it's only, as my understanding, that fund is only going to be paid out of revenues. So how would that loan ever conceivably get paid back? So that would be my question, is that what is the debt of that loan, and what is your estimation on how that would ever be paid back? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
I see no one else standing in queue for public comment. I'm going to close public comment so I didn't bring it back to the council. And Ryan, if you could comment on, I caught at least 3 questions there. Perhaps you caught more. The source of funds that's covering costs for the parking program coming from the general fund now?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, when City Council established the paid parking program, a component of that was a maximum loan of $1 million from the general fund to the parking fund at an interest rate of that similar to LAIF.
Okay,
and so,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And so the general fund only lent the parking fund whatever its negative cash position was. And so even though we had authorization for up to $1 million that could be lent, if the parking fund loan only had spent, say, I'm going to make numbers up, $400,000 because we had just purchased all of the parking kiosks, we only moved $400,000 out of the general fund to cover that negative cash. And so every month or every quarter, we look at the cash balance and we either move it from the general fund to the parking fund, or if for whatever reason there's actually positive cash flow, we would move money back out of the parking fund into the general fund. For this upcoming fiscal year, we are anticipating expenditures to exceed revenues by only $43,000. And so if you look at the history, and this history is actually on page 34 of the budget report, there were some, obviously when we had to purchase the kiosk, that was a $600,000 essentially loss that fiscal year. So we're hopeful that with fiscal year 21-22, it kind of almost gets us to a break-even point, or at least close to a break-even point. And so then moving forward, we'll see positive growth in that fund, and then the general fund loan will be repaid. As it sits right now, we're anticipating at June 30th of this year that the loan balance would be about $717,000.
Okay, and then I think if I understood your answer there, the answer to a question about is how it is regulated is the council actually authorized $1 million to subsidize this project until it stood on its own 2 feet, and that's the limit of subsidy at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah, in actuality, the limit is actually limited to the budgeted expenditures. And so even if we were to expend 100% of a budget, we still will be under that $1 million. So there's actually almost two kind of limits that the city's in, one in budget, and then one to that $1 million maximum loan.
Okay, and I believe I'm going to add a little spin to the last question. Her question, I believe, was how can we reasonably expect these monies to be paid back? Over time, we expect the money that's been expended to date will be recouped?
Yes, as far as I've been aware, we are still expecting the parking fund to have a positive cash flow once it's fully up and running.
And over time, that'll pay back the money that's been used to get it started.
Correct.
Okay, so the spin I'm going to ask here, and I don't know whether she meant to include it or not, but I certainly would. When we do these interfund transfers, it's sort of like a loan. There's kind of a lost opportunity on money. As that money is paid back, does it account for the interest expense that we have to incur?
Yeah, so that was the theory by using the LAIF interest rate on the loan amount. So then, even though the general fund would have received interest had it just retained its cash, it's getting the interest revenue just by the interfund loan at close to the same rate. And It's a little bit more complicated than that because we have more investments other than LAIF, but that's where a majority of the money is held.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Okay, I think that answers the questions from our caller. Let's go to council comments. Mr. Hammond?
No further comments directly on the budget. I do have something at the end of her council comments, but about a project that I have in mind, but which would affect budget. But again, this is something out on the side of this, so no further for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
No, I have nothing further at this time.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir, nothing further.
Thank you, and Councilman Gregory.
I'm ready to make a motion, sir.
If you would, please.
I'd like to move that we approve resolution 21XXXA adopting the budget for maintenance, operations, and capital appropriations for 2021-22 for all funds and expenditures as presented, and direct the city manager to implement the budget.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, Strong.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Steve, you're going to keep going?
Yes, sir. I move to approve resolution 21XXXB adopting $57,751,485 as the city's appropriation limit for 2021 to 22.
Second by Strong.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move to approve the revised professional manager 1, 2, and 3 classification description and master pay schedule.
Second by Strong.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. If there's no discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we approve to authorize the city manager to renew the community partner contracts for 2021, 2022.
Second by Strong.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong, to authorize the renewal of partner contracts explicitly with Paso Robles Chamber, Paso Robles Main Street, Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We move now to item number 18, P20-0075, GPA 20-01, Environmental Impact Report, General Plan Amendment Authorization for the Paso Robles Boys School Reuse Plan, General Plan Amendment, also known as the Landing, Paso Robles. Staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Warren Frace, Community Development Director. Tonight we have an exciting project for you tonight. So the Paso Robles Boys School closed almost 15 years ago. And since then, there's been a standing question in the community of what's going to become of the site as it's continued to become more blighted and deteriorate over time. The city's been working with the state of California for years to try to come up with some sort of reuse plan for the site. And we're happy to announce tonight that we actually do have an application submitted for the reuse of the boys' school. It's now going to be known as the Landing Project. So tonight, the city council is going to be taking action to authorize the expedited processing of the general plan amendment. And we are in the EIR comment period under the notice of preparation. So we are also accepting comments from the public on the EIR. And this is ultimately the council's opportunity to provide staff and the applicant any direction on the project as we move forward with refining the project and completing the EIR process. So it's my pleasure tonight to introduce Carol Florence. She is our contract project manager for this. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carol.
Thank you, Warren. Good evening, Mayor Martin and council members. I am Carol Florence, the outside planning consultant and project manager for the Boys School project. I am honored to represent the city of Paso Robles and have been providing services on a number of projects to the city over years. My familiarity with this property actually goes back to January of 2018 when I was retained as part of a team to assess a number of the city's surplus properties. At the time, the city was pursuing a different project for solely a portion of the property, but we had conducted a fair amount of due diligence surrounding the property details that I believe ultimately informed the vision to redevelop the site. With that said, I am pleased. Let me share my screen with you. Is that good? Thank you.
Yes, it's up.
With that said, I'm pleased to provide you with an overview of tonight's meeting and the process moving forward, leaving the applicant to present their project to you. Hopefully, council has had an opportunity to review the public comments from the Planning Commission scoping meeting and other comments received to date. To further that, staff is interested in your comments on the initial study and notice of preparation as it relates to the project, as well as any additional public comments made during the meeting this evening. In addition, staff is requesting council's authorization to process the requested general plan amendment. I would just like to take a moment and introduce the city's team and the applicant Majestic Realty Co's team. In addition to Warren and his staff, we have retained other technical consultants to prepare various documents. Todd Groundwater will prepare the requisite water supply assessment, which will be based upon the recently updated urban water management plan. Central Coast Transportation Consultants is preparing the vehicle miles traveled analysis to be included in the EIR and a full traffic impact analysis. And finally, SWCA, our EIR preparer, who is represented this evening by Ms. Brandy Cummings. The applicants team consists of Philip Brown, their Executive Vice President, John Smenken III, Senior VP Taylor Talt, also Senior VP Matthew Botter, Tracy Zinn with TMB Planning, Majestic's land use planning consultant, and Mark Taylor is a principal with MG2 Architects. I believe Philip, Tracy, and Mark will be making a presentation on behalf of the applicant this evening.
Yeah, thank you, Carol, and thank you to Warren and all of the Paso Robles staff. Mayor, thank you, and City Council. We're very excited about a new project in the city of Paso Robles. What I thought we'd do is maybe spend just a couple of minutes talking a little bit about Majestic Realty, announcing ourselves really history.
Phil,
Yes.
can I just finish up with the city's staff's presentation, and then I'll turn that over to you. I know you're anxious, and I think the council is too, but I need to go through this if you don't mind.
Got ahead of myself.
That's okay. So the next slide, council provided location of the site in the context of the greater city, and also a close-up of the site overlaid on an aerial photograph. As you can see, the site is bounded by Old Creek Road to the south, the Cal Fire driveway, if you will. This is their facility on the north, and Airport Road to the east. So moving right along, we'll be briefly covering a number of topics, again, turning the presentation over to the applicant, but also allowing for adequate time for public comment and engagement with the council. And I thank you in advance for your consideration. The project has actually had quite the history, starting in 1947, when the first youth arrived at the facility. The site was formerly a 200+ acre Army base, including 40 barrack buildings. It was purchased by the state of California for $8,000. The facility operated for 25 years before closing due to declining commitments in 1972. It reopened 2 years later in 1974 as the population began to rise again. And in July of 2008, was finally closed for good, and while unoccupied, has been mothballed to control long-term deterioration of the buildings. So if we fast forward to 2020, the state offered the property for sale, and the project applicant was the winning bidder. It's important to note that the city collaborated with the state to prepare portions of the request for proposal for the sale of the boys' school, and included its conceptual framework plan that identified a site plan layout, associated uses, and square footage as depicted on the slide. I think this is the appropriate time to communicate that Majestic's reply to that request for proposal was extremely responsive to the city's vision for the site, as they will present to you shortly. The project will require a variety of entitlements as depicted here, starting with a general plan amendment and rezone to a vesting tentative tract map to an oak tree removal permit, and including a development agreement, which, as you know, is a voluntary contract between the city and the applicant that will detail the obligations of both parties and specify the standards and conditions that will govern development of the property. On May 25th, we had a robust discussion about the California Environmental Quality Act and the EIR process with the Planning Commission. As you know, an EIR is first and foremost an informational document, not only helping to inform the public, but ultimately the decision-making body. Additionally, the EIR does not approve or deny a project, but allows the decision makers an opportunity to modify, or in some cases, deny a project based upon the analysis. This slide represents the various issue areas to be analyzed in the EIR, which may all be familiar to you at this juncture. I have highlighted utilities, hydrology, water quality, and transportation and circulation, as these are issue areas that the public, Planning Commission, and Council have focused concerns. Since traffic is an expressed concern, this next slide represents the city's comprehensive planning efforts for the proposed circulation centered around the Airport Road area. This plan sets the stage for the ultimate design, funding, and implementation of these important improvements that will benefit not only this area of the city and the project, but circulation in general. In addition to the city's advisory bodies and council, the project will be reviewed by a variety of other local, state, and federal agencies and organizations, which again makes for a robust analysis and in the long run, a better project. I've listed a few of those for your information. While we are early into the process, you see from this slide the efforts undertaken to involve the public starting in May with the applicant's open house to this evening's council meeting. As staff has an obligation to pursue engagement with the public, and given the importance of this project in the community, we will continue to provide full, accurate, clear, and meaningful information to the citizens of Paso Robles and to you, the decision makers. This next slide is a simple overview of the CEQA process, underscoring the opportunities for public input throughout the process, from the EIR scoping meeting with the Planning Commission to this evening's authorization of the general plan amendment. The project will ultimately be reviewed in the context of the EIR and on its own merits. And finally, the schedule. As mentioned, we're currently accepting comments on the initial study notice of preparation. Brandy and her team are in the midst of preparing the various technical studies and analysis to be included in the EIR, culminating in the issuance of the draft EIR in late October. This will start the 45-day public review period with an anticipated publication of the final EIR later in the year. The Planning Commission will review the EIR and the project, making their recommendations to the council, which we anticipate bringing the project before you in early 2022. That concludes staff's presentation. We welcome comments and questions from the council now. Alternatively, we could ask the applicant to make their presentation now and subsequently allow for council comments at the end of that presentation. So Warren, I'll turn the mic over to you at this juncture and allow council to make that decision.
Yes, so Mr. Mayor, would you like Majestic to make their presentation before you go to questions?
So unless there's an objection from the council, I'd like to hear the whole thing at once. If no one in the council objects to that, I think we should proceed. I hear no one objecting. John?
No, I'd say proceed as well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Philip.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was a little overzealous initially, but as I was saying, a big thank you to Warren and Carol and all of the staff at the City of Paso Robles, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you tonight. I realize the hour is getting late, but we're excited about the project and really appreciate your time. Tracy, are you controlling the screen at this point?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. So as we stated earlier, we're calling the project the landing at Paso Robles. And part of that's obviously playing off the unique history of the airport directly across the street. And we felt it really created a sense of place and something that was easily identifiable to both the community of Paso Robles as well as to new tourists and travelers visiting the area. Just a quick introduction of Majestic. Majestic's a little bit of an anomaly in the marketplace today in that, number one, our age. The company was started in 1948. And number two, we are family owned. But what differentiates us is that we're at the larger end of the scale. We're approaching approximately 90 million square feet of product across the country. And that is industrial, office, retail, hotel, and multifamily. So we are a broad spectrum company based in Los Angeles County. We're actually based in the City of Industry, but we are the largest privately owned industrial developer in the United States. So somewhat of an anomaly in the marketplace today in that we're not controlled by Wall Street. We take a very different approach when we build our projects. The map in front of you shows some of the states that we're located in. Unfortunately, for some reason, the office locations are not showing up on that. But I'll just quickly run through those. We're, as I said, based in Los Angeles with offices in Denver, Las Vegas, Portland, Oregon, Dallas and Fort Worth, Phoenix, Arizona, Atlanta, Georgia, and Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. If you want to go to the next slide. Some of the more unique projects we've taken on have been, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the stockyards in Fort Worth. 4 families controlled this area, and it has a very, very rich history to it. This was the area where in the 1800s, cattle were driven to market from all across the country. And what we found was a unique opportunity there with these 4 families, but nothing was happening. There was a rich history there, but nothing had been done. Majestic has come in, and in the last 3 to 4 years, we've opened 2 brand new hotels. We have taken historical buildings that were designated as original mule barns from the 1800s and refurbished those into vibrant retail spaces. We've brought Country Western Group, the Quarter Horse Association. They're going to be putting their television studios here. And so we've taken what was a unique opportunity and we've really enhanced it. And we've worked really closely with the community. There were a lot of sensitivities to this site. And we're very, very excited that we just opened Hotel Drover, and this project's been a big success. Some of the more unique things Majestic has done in the past, Majestic developed Staples Center in Los Angeles, which I'm sure you're familiar with, and we co-own the Los Angeles Kings hockey team. These are representative of some of the industrial projects we've done across the country. We're also doing industrial in the city of Fort Worth, Paris, California, which is Southern California Inland Empire, Louisville, Texas, and then Riverside, California. We'll take just a minute. One of the other things that differentiates Majestic in comparison to our competitors, the reason we're at close to 90 million square feet is since 1948, our ownership, the company was started by Ed Roski Sr., our ownership has really stressed that commercial real estate is not an asset to be traded. It's an asset that we like to create, hold on to for essentially posterity and for our future families' benefits. So when Majestic comes into a community, one of the things the communities and the city council and staff are excited about is that we don't come in, buy properties, develop them, and then go off and sell them to other investors. We take a very long-term approach in terms of the architecture, in terms of the landscaping. Even when it comes to the design and construction of our buildings, they're built for multi-generations. We have buildings in our portfolio today that are at the smaller scale, given where Los Angeles was post-World War II, that are 5,000 and 10,000 square feet. So we take a very unique, different approach to our real estate. As Carol stated earlier, Majestic responded to the RFP from the state of California. The state of California actually made Majestic aware of this RFP and this opportunity. Majestic has worked on a number of deals with the state and have been successful in performing for the state of California. And as Carol said earlier, this was the original goal that the city had put together with the state for the property's redevelopment. And if you can, we can go to the next slide, you'll see that Majestic's vision, okay, we'll go back to that in a second. Majestic's vision closely mimicked what the city and the state really had planned for this project. And that was industrial, bordering the west side of the project, moving to commercial offices, then retail and some hotel as you moved from west to east. One of the things I know that's been a critical issue that we heard in the neighborhood meetings at the airport, there were 2 issues. How is transportation going to be handled? Number one, and how about water? Water is near and dear to everyone, especially in the middle of this drought in the state of California. So those were 2 issues that we are going to be addressing. Warren, I'm going to turn this over to you just for a second. Tracy, if you can stay on that slide. Just to talk maybe for a quick second about the city's plans for New Airport Road, and then I'll go into a little bit more detail as to how we're planning on handling that as well.
Yeah, thanks, Philip. So I think everybody in the community, the city council is aware that there's only one access to the airport area today, which is Airport Road via Highway 46. And that intersection with 46 is constrained. We've known about this for decades. The city has incorporated a plan to deal with that into our circulation element in cooperation with Caltrans. And that is basically to create a new airport road alignment that will cross the Wero Creek Bridge, connect down to Wisteria Lane, and ultimately to Golden Hill, where we have a signal access. And eventually that new airport road will also include a bridge over Highway 46 that then will run through the east side of town. So that's known as the parallel route. It is part of our circulation plan. It's part of our transportation impact fee. And we're happy that we have a big project moving forward that can be a partner in realizing that vision.
Yeah, thank you, Warren. So to council and staff, one of the things that we're really working on doing from a transportation standpoint is aligning some of the roadways that surround the project, as well as creating multiple ingress and egress points so we don't create pinch points from a traffic standpoint. We're working closely with our traffic engineers and consultants on these issues as well as with staff. So we want the community to understand that we've heard their concerns and we're taking those to heart and working very diligently on that issue. Moving now to this slide, developing the plan. As we stated earlier, we tried to follow the format that the city of Paso Robles had come up with, and I think we've actually done a very good job. So what we see as the large driver for this project and what creates a sense of place is going to be the large industrial component on the western edge of the project. And we see that as being somewhere around 1 million square feet or above. This could be one single tenant. This could be multiple tenants in this building. A number of residents have asked at our neighborhood meetings, who is that? Who's going in that box? At this point, we have not done any strategic marketing at all for the project, and we've done that on purpose. We wanted to work with staff on the plan, work with city council and with planning to see if our vision closely matched what the city is looking for before we go out and really start selling this project to end users. We then moved from west going east. We've got a buffer where we want to create small industrial and makerspace. You'd almost say some of this goes in between smaller manufacturing tenants all the way down to somewhat incubator space. We see the maker space as being a growth vehicle for existing companies and even individuals to be able to come in, have a property that's full of tools and things they can use to create their own unique projects. We've then got the project buffered by a substantial amount of green space. And I'll on a side note, as we'll go in a few minutes to the next slide, a big portion of this project, the layout has been driven by the location of the oak trees. So in locating buildings, we work closely with Mark Taylor and his group at MG2. And the initial layouts that we had done did not have the final locations of the oak trees. We made substantial changes to it. And we think we've really done a great job of preserving the oaks that are on the site, as well as creating unique additional green spaces throughout the project. So this is what we want to call essentially our beginning or nascent site plan. Other questions have been asked by people, is this the final site plan? And the answer to that is no, this is not the final site plan. This is a beginning stage for Majestic and the city of Paso Robles and the state of California. This is really a place for us to begin to tell our vision for the project and to begin to solicit tenant interest. One of the things Majestic is very, very keen on is listening to the end user and trying to do our best job to meet their needs, either in terms of the configuration of their space, the size of their space, or the actual construction of their space. Any of the projects or buildings, hold on, Tracy, if we can stay on that. Any of the buildings located in sections 2, 3, 7, any of those are interchangeable in terms of building sizes. So if we had two 20,000 square foot buildings that were adjacent to each other and a 40,000 square foot user showed up, we would obviously collapse those two buildings into one to meet the future tenants' needs. One of the other things we really try to do is put together a strong team. And when we come into a marketplace like Paso Robles, we try to mix both what we see as the local talent with some of the existing talent that Majestic has used in other areas. Tracy at TNB Planning's working with us on a number of projects across the country. MG2 has helped us on a number of projects as well. And one thing that I'll state, Majestic wholly owns our own construction company. And we get back to where we've talked about Majestic controlling these assets for multi-generations. We found the best way to do that was not to hard bid this out to a general contractor, but to have our own in-house construction company to build these projects. So that's where Majestic will be doing that. Stacy from Solterra is working with us on our public relations. And so we really try to put together the best team that we can to fit the specific project. And I think we've really done a great job on that in this project. Tracy, I'll turn that over to you if the next slide is in your control.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council members. It's a pleasure to overview for you the entitlement package for this project. Applications have been filed with the city, and the applicant will be seeking your approval at the end of the entitlement process for a general plan amendment, a zone change, vesting tentative tract map, conceptual master development plan for the entire property, a specific development plan for phase 1, which is the warehouse building, an oak tree removal permit for the few oak trees that need to be moved, and a development agreement. This exhibit shows the proposed general plan amendment request that the applicant is seeking your affirmation of tonight in concept to allow continuation of the project's entitlement process. The general plan amendment request entails revising the designation of the property from public facilities to business park. In addition, we have provided staff some proposed text revisions to the business park description to allow hospitality and a few other minor modifications to how the general plan describes the business park use. The proposed zoning map change is a request to change the zoning designation of the property from public facilities to airport. The airport classification as written in the city's code allows for all of the land uses that the applicant's proposing and ensures compatibility with the airport. The next element of the entitlement is the conceptual master development plan that Philip already addressed. The conceptual master development plan will consist of a published plan addressing site design, architecture, landscaping, and infrastructure elements, as well as written design guidelines that the city will use to evaluate specific building proposals as they come forward in the future. So each component of the project, as it builds out, will need to substantially conform and meet the expectations outlined in this plan. So as Philip said, will the ultimate development look exactly like the graphic shown on the screen? No, but the expectation is that all future development will substantially conform to this plan in terms of architecture, landscape architecture, amount of building square footage, type, etc. If any proposals come forward for development in the future that don't substantially conform to this plan, then the decision-making body would have the opportunity to opine on the changes. The project is being proposed in 2 phases. The first phase that will be developed is the warehouse building, the detention basin in the southwestern corner, and associated roadway and infrastructure improvements. The city maintenance building, although shown in phase 2 of this exhibit, may also be improved in phase 1, but that timeline is totally up to the city. The development of phase 1 is intended to bring employees to the site, infrastructure to the site, allow demolition of the existing boys' school structures, and generally lay out a welcome mat to attract users to the eastern portion of the property. So getting into a little more detail about each phase. Phase 1, as I mentioned, will include the warehouse building, the stormwater detention basin, and the city maintenance building, and that acreage is 75.5 acres. The warehouse building is proposed up to 1.3 million square feet in the plan, but that includes about 300 square feet of interior mezzanine. This building size is a very typical size for large warehouses being built across California and the country. And as Philip mentioned, the applicant has not secured a tenant for the building, and it could be in any number of companies looking for space in the Central Coast. As I mentioned in the list of applications that have been filed, a development plan for this warehouse building will be submitted to the city as part of the entitlement package. So when this project ultimately comes before the Planning Commission for a recommendation and the City Council for a decision, you will have all of the details about the warehouse building, including like four-sided architecture, landscaping, arrangement of parking spaces, the vehicular circulation plan. I'm not going to discuss all those details tonight because they're still in the development stage, but I'm sure Philip and others at Majestic would be happy to answer any questions you might have during the question and answer portion. Okay. I think I went through this already. This is an example of other like warehouse buildings constructed by the applicant. So as you can see, there are typically varied roof lines. Prominent corners of the building are designed to look like an office building. The loading areas are well screened. And I know the project architect's looking forward to working with staff and discussing the details of the warehouse building as the plans for this building make their way through the city's review and approval process. Phase 2 is the eastern portion of the site. It's approximately 60.8 acres. The concept, as was described, is to provide a complementary mix of uses. As Philip said, none of the buildings are being entitled at this time, but the applicant is presenting this concept design for each building type to gain the city's approval of this area in concept. Okay, so this is gonna make everybody pay attention to the presentation, I think. So for each land use type, the plan's gonna be shown and the location of the use will be highlighted, and then it's gonna zoom in on the details. So if you blink, you might miss it. First is the industrial flex space and maker space, which is primarily located in the western portion of phase 2. This use type will have up to 192,000 square feet in multiple buildings. As mentioned, examples for this type of use include small businesses, craftsmen, tradesmen, the wine industry, incubator space, and even maybe educational users. The architect is going to discuss the vision for phase 2 following my portion of the presentation, so I won't go into a lot of details myself. But you can see here the types of structures that are envisioned for the industrial flex and maker space, small business type, park-like type buildings that can, offer creative space, traditional spaces, and accommodate users that might need a whole building or just a small portion of a building, and will serve as that great transition between the large warehouse and the remainder of the phase 2. Office uses are planned in 3 portions of the site. up to 237,000 square feet of building space with green spaces around each building to serve as employee and visitor amenities. You will hear the architect discuss the design concept of loft office, but some examples are here and they're envisioned as 2 or 3 story buildings. The plan for the hotel space is still in development as the applicant is receiving feedback from the community about what's needed in the area. They're speaking to the hospitality industry, community members, but as planned, it's envisioned to include up to approximately 120 rooms with potential conference space to serve the traveling public, the business community, other overnight lodging needs near the airport. The architecture for the hotel will be custom designed for the proprietor and reflect the context of the property and the overall community. In the core of the development, uses such as a market hall and potential visitor center and museum are planned, which are positioned on the north side of the existing boys' school Central Green. If you've been to the property, you know where that is. Combined, these uses will comprise up to 62,000 square feet of space and be both a destination and a gathering area for people already on the site, whether they'll be, workers or patrons of other uses. The market hall is designed as a central building set up for a variety of open interior uses such as food and beverage, vendors, small retailers, flanked to the east and west by those areas that can accommodate a visitor center or a museum. And then close by are the retail component and restaurant area of the project in several buildings containing up to approximately 35,000 square feet. There's farm to table concepts being envisioned, and in a minute, I'll describe the open spaces that will be integrated throughout the development. And here is an example of some of the architectural concepts. A space in the southeastern portion of the property is reserved for an on-site winery containing up to 15,000 square feet of space with ample surrounding, outdoor space for associated uses, including growing. The conceptual development plan the packet will outline what's contemplated in terms of the architectural style, the building placement, the relationship with other uses. There's concepts in the planning stages for on-site growing, education, farm to table, grape to glass. And then last but not least, a highlight of the project, as Philip mentioned, is the amount of planned open spaces that are not covered by a building or a parking area. A substantial portion of the plan is designed for green spaces and what the designers are calling outdoor rooms. The rendering here you're seeing is of that central green looking west, so it gives a scale of the project and the amount of green space that's planned. And this is actually looking due west, right toward the large warehouse building. So as you can see, that building can't be seen from this location, and one of the goals of the plan is to preserve the skyline views looking west. And here's a couple of visuals that display the intended look and feel of the outdoor spaces. On the right, it's a little small, but on the right is a drawing displaying what the architects are calling an outdoor room. So it would be like a large tree, perhaps a preserved oak tree serving as the shade with tables and chairs or other uses underneath the tree to create this feeling of an outdoor room surrounded by, buildings and other spaces. So at this point, I'll turn it over to the architect to talk about the more aesthetic vision of the project. Mark?
All right. Thanks, Tracy. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. So thank you very much for having us tonight. And I know it's getting late, so I'll keep it high level. But when we got the call from Majestic to get involved with this project, we were extremely excited. The vision that they had for this this part of the site was, it has such a good combination of different mix of uses, and we got the opportunity to put all this together. And we feel very strongly in a project like this that setting a vision is critical to just setting an overall tone for the duration of this project. A project of this size and scale really is, it's got to start with a strong vision so that it can maintain, that throughout the duration of its execution. So some of the things, we wanted to draw very heavily on the agricultural influences of this area. That's pretty evident just in knowing Paso Robles, and so the structures of that can be fairly simple. They're very familiar in terms of those shapes and forms that house these buildings, but we can get very creative in the use of those details and how we articulate the forms and the masses that have this familiar sense of this agricultural heritage, but then taking it into a more modern, fun place to be. That really kind of rounds out these human scale details that you remember when you come to a place. So that's one of the driving forces in terms of the overall form that we are considering. Scale is also a huge component of this as well. So there's a variety of different scales that we want to make sure we get right, and I think there's a way to break down larger buildings into a more human scaled kind of way in order to make it feel like it was a very thoughtfully placed element. With with the different varieties of buildings, indoor, outdoor, we want to celebrate the volumes that we're creating so that they feel very generous, they feel welcoming, and they feel like a place that you do want to spend time in. So these are other elements that are kind of driving our desire and our design aesthetics in how we design these buildings. Permeability and porosity. The climate in Paso is very forgiving. It's very, I know it can get hot, but we're looking for those opportunities to take advantage of that feeling of sitting under the oaks and the shade and the filtered light that it brings, that welcoming quality. That's the place you want to hang out. Well, we're gonna, as Philip mentioned, we very purposely designed the master plan to preserve those oaks, and that's a guiding that's very much a guiding force in this whole project. But further to that, the feeling of sitting under those oaks, where we don't have oaks, we want to recreate that feeling, and we want to use trellises and use the different architectural elements that we can in order to recreate that feeling of being under the oak. So wherever you're at, and throughout this location, this destination of the landing, you will have that feeling, and we want to encourage that. So those are a lot of the things that are driving this indoor to outdoor kind of feeling. And really, the industry, especially with the past year that we have been going through, that want and desire to be outdoors is very palatable, and so we want to encourage that indoor to outdoor transition and celebrate that outdoor space. And then finally, the attention to detail. So, when we have these forms of the buildings that have this familiarity to them, it's important that as you get down to those human scale details, that it really feels like something that you're going to remember. And whether it's these sliding panels that are have this industrial feel that start to link with the agricultural type buildings, but done in a very refined way to really make it feel like you're at a higher caliber of a destination place. Those are all of the things that we are starting to think about in how we apply some of these details. And then finally, we're creating places. We're designing buildings, but the spaces between the buildings are really where the magic happens. And so the outdoor rooms, the massive green spaces, and how those spaces get activated to get the people to want to be not only in the buildings but between the buildings and participating in the variety of activities that can happen here. We see this as a destination, But it's also has, with the maker spaces and the office and the other components, there's things happening all during the week, but then on the weekends, it turns into a destination for, whatever, family, you can come here with your family, you can have weddings here. There's all sorts of different, corporate events that this location could accommodate. So, in closing, we're very excited about the potential for this development, and again, excited to work with Majestic and the rest of the team to really bring this to fruition.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And to the mayor and city council, if I could, just in conclusion, this is a very ambitious project, and it's one of those things that's going to take substantial cooperation between Majestic, our consultants, city staff, and the community to bring a really incredible project to the city. We're very excited about it. But one of the things we really want to stress is we're trying to create something new and unique for Paso Robles. We're not trying to copy other people's projects. We're not trying to take tenets from other people's projects. We're really trying to help people grow within the city of Paso Robles, bring new people into the city, and really Paso Robles has done such a great job in San Luis Obispo in the tourist industry. We want this to be another reason for families and people vacationing and people traveling to extend their stay in the city of Paso Robles and really spend more of their tourist dollars in your marketplace and really kind of help the area grow. What we try to figure out is, what's needed in the community. We want to understand what's wanted by the community. And then lastly, what's the unknown? What's missing that no one's really thought of? And that's why Majestic strives to put the most creative team together to really bring the best project we can. As Mark and Tracy have said, we're living in a post-pandemic world. It's interesting that today California is finally coming out of COVID. We hope it's permanent, but we've really seen a shift in retail, commercial, and even from an industrial standpoint. We all crave outdoor spaces. We're craving places where we can come together with our families, meet community members, meet our neighbors, create more of a sense of place. That's what we're endeavoring to do in this project, and we're very excited about the opportunity to come to the city and to try to bring this vision to fruition. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff and council for any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much for that information. Very colorful presentation, and really fills in a lot of blanks, I think, for some people on the council and also for people watching tonight who have been very curious about this and wondering what direction it's going in. So we do appreciate that. So we do have two people waiting in the wings to make public comment. Before we do that, we're going to go to council for their questions. And council, obviously questions of staff or of our applicants, and then we'll move on to public comment. So Mr. Hammond, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just maybe a couple questions. I have more comment at the end, maybe. Philip, has Majestic done a contiguous project this large, 137 acres before? Okay. This is quite an effort.
Yeah, so, interesting question. Majestic has really made their name known in two specific types of projects. One, controlling and developing large tracts of land. Denver alone, we went into the Denver market purchasing 1,000 acres between downtown Denver and what was then the new Denver International Airport. Several years ago, we purchased 2,000 acres from Mercedes-Benz in Texas. We've done the same thing in Atlanta. We bought the original Bethlehem steel plant in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, which was an absolute environmental nightmare. We worked directly with the EPA on the cleanup on that, and we built millions of square feet in that project. So it's a great question. That's one of the things we love. We love larger tracts of land just because we feel like we've got such a great team that we can bring a lot of creativity to it. The second question we get asked a lot is, do you build speculative buildings? Do you always have tenants? The second way Majestic's made their mark is trying to understand where marketplaces are headed in terms of demographic growth and trying to anticipate those needs by the community and then developing buildings. And it's a little bit of build it and they will come. It's a little more scientific and strategic than that. But we do a significant amount of our work in the infancy stages without any tenant interest. And that's something Majestic helps create along with obviously the city.
So that's exactly what I was kind of reading between lines there. It sounds like you've done your due diligence with Paso Robles and the Central Coast in general, that you see an opportunity here. And I agree with you as well. Again, it's how we grow and how it's going to look like. And I'm really impressed actually with, MG2, the architect Mark Taylor there talking about the vision and style and form. Yeah. Very interesting to me. Unique to Paso Robles is a word that fits pretty well. And again, the open, large volume spaces are going to be really something to behold, I think, in a facility like this. But I have some other comments later about traffic and such, but that'll be at the end. So, yeah, that's all I had. Thank you, Philip.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Paul and Tracy and all of you. That it's a marvelous presentation. It seems very obvious that you create regional kaleidoscopes, and you're very good at it. It's a beautiful blend of multiple activities all into one single unit that has flexibility so that it can change through time. I'm very impressed with how you put it together and the ability for it to emerge and evolve. So I'm very interested in hearing what the public has to say, and I appreciate the fact that you anticipate problems and are proactive in dealing with them. I'll deal with other things later, and thank you. Am I wrong in any of that?
No, I think you summed that up really well. And, when it comes to traffic, water, those things, those were issues that staff brought to us early on that have been at the beginning and kind of the forefront thinking through this project. When it comes to water, we understand where the state of California is right now with water, and obviously specifically the Central Coast. We don't anticipate any users on the site being heavy water users at all. In the southwestern corner of the project, we've got a water detention facility along with water quality, where we're biologically treating water quality. So we're putting a lot of process into that with both our consultants and staff. So thank you for those comments.
So are you this environmentally conscious in all of your projects?
That's a great question. We are, this field of environmental quality is so dynamic and emerging and changing so quickly that it varies from municipality to municipality as to what's allowable and what's done, but it's something we continue to study every day and in every project. So this is a unique opportunity for us that we're very excited about.
And it sounds like you're trying to stay ahead of the curve as well.
We are.
Okay.
Very much so.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just wanted to say to the group, it was a great presentation. I also want to thank you for allowing the community to go and do the presentation there, because our community, I don't know if you know by now, but our community really likes to get involved. And so we heard, I was getting emails and I was having people approach me about it, and they're getting really excited about it. So I appreciate you going to them first before coming to us and doing the presentation. It was a great presentation. I'm a visual person, so I really appreciate all the visual pictures. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We really enjoyed the open house at the airport. Candidly, I was stunned at the turnout. It was such a great turnout. We were really excited about it. We had great comments. We had great conversations with a number of community members, and it was really a fantastic event. And Stacy, lots of kudos to Stacy for putting that together for us.
Great job.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory. Steve, are you with us?
I may have talked too much. Maybe I went too long.
I think Steve's
It's getting late.
You're muted, Steve, if you can hear us. Can you hear us, Steve?
Yes, I'm here.
There you go.
There
Your
it is.
No, I'm no questions. I've been reading and looking and analyzing everything. I don't have any serious questions at this point. Everything's answered for me. Thanks.
Thank
Very
you.
good. If there are no further questions from council, I'm going to open the public comment portion of this. We do have two people standing in queue to make public comment. We have Dale Guston, followed by Sean Silva. Dale, are you with us?
I am with you. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. I too was out at the open house or the presentation out by the airport, at the airport, and I looked at all the presentations out there. And I've studied this environmental report. And as I expressed at the time I was out there, the concerns I have is lies around the 46 airport connection. I remember when Dick Wilhoit developed his housing developments and that out off of Buena Vista, and the Cuesta College developed out there, and a large hotel developed out on Buena Vista. And that intersection developed very appropriately for handling that traffic. And this is where my concern comes in. I have been pressing this city council to develop the same kind of intersection at Airport and 46 East, as with the only modification would be to widen Airport Road as it connects to 46, and it's because you already have merge lanes pretty much all along there except on Airport Road. And a signalization similar to Buena Vista would accommodate this, and I realize they're concerned about slowing down the traffic. Well, they want to reroute all this traffic up to Jardine. And I want to thank the city for fixing Dry Creek Road. I'm a member of the airport, of the Warbird Museum out there, and boy, do we appreciate Dry Creek Road as it is now. And I hope you get it all finished out to Jardine where it connects to 46. But you can't send that traffic out to Jardine and expect with no signal out there to control it. And then bringing it in through a rerouting of Airport Road. I'm sorry, but there's too many projects in this city that haven't made sense. And to me, that's the most nonsensical way of handling it. And I understand I may be offending Fred Strong's feelings, all the work he put in getting the overpass and that, but it's just practical sense and common sense that it has to be employed sometimes. And the only way that we can ever have adequate circulation at airport or anything coming down Airport Road at 46 would be to design an intersection just like you have at Buena Vista. Start backing up the traffic back beyond Jardine to come into the city, because that's all developing anyway. Not only the wineries, but okay, that's my pitch. I don't agree with 2.4.4. It's just a nonsensical solution to circulation.
Very good. Thank you. Next, we have Sean Silva. Sean, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Oh, thank you for having me. Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of a group called Californians Allied for a Responsible Economy, or CARE California, this evening. And I just want to say that our mission is to ensure that development projects across the state of California minimize environmental and public health impacts and ensure community benefits, including the advancement of the cause of a skilled construction workforce. It's a unique and invaluable field which provides the engine for so much of the state's robust economic strength. It's very important to me. As a community coalition group, we're interested in the public's health and safety primarily, especially, again, that of construction workers. But of course, the residents and other people who will be using this project will also be in that purview. Therefore, we have a particular interest in construction-related environmental issues, including air pollution, noise, greenhouse gas emissions, and on-site soil contamination and hazardous materials, anything of that nature. So we hope that the EIR will comprehensively address these issues. But we firmly believe that the decisions made by developers have an enormous impact on our environment and community. So we're heartened by the applicant's commitment heretofore to all of those things. And we hope that the applicant will be willing to work with community groups to be responsive to the people of Paso Robles to ensure a successful project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. We do appreciate it. I see no one else in queue for public comment. I'm going to close public comment on this item, bring it back to the council for discussion and action, starting off with Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I kind of, on the other issues that I'm really going to be kind of watching as a hawk here, I've been out at the airport since 1979, 42 years when I first started my development up there. And traffic improvements are really going to be something I hope that staff is going to be watching very carefully. The movements in and out of Airport Road and the speed of Airport Road is usually, again, in 55-mile-an-hour range. And so how we design that to enter into this project and exit out of the project, I think is going to be really critical for safety. The other question I had, and really hasn't had a whole lot of discussion, is the existing maintenance facility in the southwest corner of the property and how the city's relationship to that property is going to proceed. I haven't heard anything from staff really at all. Is there something that Majestic can tell us about that old facility?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. In our transaction with the state of California, there are two specific areas that are being removed from the site. Number one is CAL FIRE in the northeastern corner of the project. That is being taken out, and that is going to stay with the state of California. The second thing that we're doing is the city maintenance building in the exact opposite corner down towards the detention pond. That will be deeded back over to the city of Paso Robles. So that will be separately parcelized and owned by the city of Paso.
Very good. Yeah, that was really our city's main objective for the whole property in the beginning. So I'm glad to hear that that's moving forward. And,
yeah. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I just never heard anything about it there, Philip. So the last thing, again, in this area, you mentioned it earlier about the heat and Paso Robles and our water. Paso has plenty of water. We have a portfolio better than any other city around, but just the fact that, the new regulations in the state of California and how you have green spaces kind of makes me wonder how we're going to, the pictures and the renderings that you have here is beautiful. However, I'm not so sure how that's going to work with water regulations these days. I'm sure you'll be working that out too through your planning, but I mean, it's a beautiful landscape that you have currently planned. And again, I'd love to see that. Just the problem is, we're trying to convert people to think differently about large green space because of the water, intrusiveness of what it takes. So hopefully we can maybe have some drought tolerant type designs. There's beautiful designs that happen around here like that you might be interested in reviewing. So.
Yeah, so thank you. So we are working with consultants on the landscaping palette and landscaping materials, and that's something that obviously will be at the forefront.
Anything else, John?
Nope, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yeah, I don't think I have any more questions at all. This is, well, it's a work in progress. And I recognize the questions and the issues that were raised by our erstwhile citizen who always has critical things to say. The traffic situation is being very well analyzed, and there are very good reasons not to use the connection between current Airport Road and Highway 46. But I'm sure if he talked to Caltrans, he'd find out why. In any event, Dale just has his own opinions. That's wonderful. no problem. As far as this project is concerned, we're looking at potentially up to 1,000 employees that have to travel into that property from elsewhere, whether they live on north of Highway 46 or south of Highway 46. They have to get there if they're going to do their work. And we have to handle that traffic one way or another. So we are going to need more than just that one connection in order to do so. And I'm sure that we're working on that. And I know that the applicant is working on it too. So it's going to happen. I don't see any better possible use for this old boys' school property. It is a problem. I was on the Citizen Advisory Committee to this facility for over a quarter of a century. I know it well, and I know just how much work they're going to have to do just to get it cleaned up in order to make use of it in some other way. So, no questions, just I hope we can get this moving and have it happen, because we have to do something with that property that's positive, and I can't see anything much more positive than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Garcia.
No further questions, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
I have to agree with Councilman Strong. I think that the project, the applicant's doing a great job of planning for a reuse of this project. It fits so well with the planning, our own planning from our city and what we like to see here. I believe the transportation issues will be resolved with hard work by the city. And I think that the Majestic Realty Group's doing a great job in accelerating this. I'm ready, and I'm also ready to make a motion when you're ready, Steve.
Okay, I just want to add my 2 cents worth. I think, for the last 15 years anyway, people in our area have looked at that facility and asked why. Why do we still have 135 acres surrounded by razor wire? And why do we have this blight on the area? And many times citizens have contacted all of us saying, why can't we do this with it? Why can't we do that with it? And as we discovered a couple of years ago, as we tried to pursue uses for this property through the state, it was quite a labyrinthine project, and one that ultimately did not pan out for the city to be directly involved in. At that time, the state indicated they were going to put it on the market, and of course the city wants to have as much input into what goes there as possible. But anybody who has looked at that property over the last 15 years and seen that chain link fence and seen that razor wire has to look at this presentation tonight and say, this is a total transformation. And yes, there are challenges. I think they've been identified. I think we're going to meet them. But I think we couldn't ask for anything better than this for that property, both for the property itself and for the role it will play in the city in the future. So very, very impressed by that. Mr. Gregory, back to you.
And I'll agree with all your comments, Steve. I think that this is unbelievably matches well with everything we'd like to see there and take care of a situation that's been needing a developer that can really help this and come out to something very beautiful and that would really improve our economy as our city, bring jobs to our city, and put together a beautiful development. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we approve 21XXX, authorizing staff to expedite the processing of the general plan amendment, development agreement, and planning entitlements for the Landing Paso Robles project.
Strong seconds.
I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. If there's no further discussion on this issue, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all for all the hard work. And believe me, there's a lot of hard work to come. So
thank you very much.
okay, we move on now to our council business and committee reports. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only real meeting I had last week was IWMA, which continues to be a little bit of an issue. We actually have lost our executive director. He took another position. He was only with us for a little over a year. So we are leaderless at this point. with regard to the agency. So, as far as our continuance in IWMA, I'm still looking to see a meeting coming from staff with regard to our Paso Robles waste and recycling. They were going to come and talk to us about how they would help us through SB 1383. Again, I'm looking forward to that. Chris Lackle and Matt Thompson were arranging that. Have not heard anything lately, but as of right now, still moving forward with current plans. It's a big nut to crack that we have to do coming January 1 of next year. So again, I'm interested in getting into what we might be able to do as a city on our own, because we're very unique as opposed to other cities, because we're full service. We have our own landfill as opposed to others that do not. We have a lot of unique opportunity here that I think we can capitalize on at this point in time. So the other thing I wanted to bring up is, and I think it's just something to throw out, and I'm hoping we can get some traction on this. And this has to do a little bit with regard to the parking situation and the parklets and everything downtown. And that is regarding a parking structure. I think, again, it's time that we get it on the table and start talking about it. Mentioned this to staff the other day in a meeting. There are two locations that we own. One, of course, is our City Hall parking lot that was originally designed as a parking structure. And then another one over between 13th and 12th and east of Railroad. That area right there is another that is not fully owned by us. I appreciate if we could get the other end of that block, but currently, again, there's opportunity here that we have to not have to buy property, but the big thing is getting the public behind some sort of a funding mechanism, a bond, if you would, to get this off the ground and get it started. If we had additional parking, the parklet situation with me would be easier to talk about. But I think, again, everybody is understanding really what parking is downtown these days. There's a lot of motivation to do something about it. And I think if we can get enough public behind it and we can get staff to bring up a report on what it would take to investigate this, in other words, maybe spend a little money as far as a vision and what it might take for cost, and bring it back as an agenda item so we can start talking about it. I think if we can get enough traction from council to think this way, maybe we might be able to get something in the work. So that's what I was going to throw out to my colleagues here tonight and see if there would be any other opportunity for them to discuss this as well.
Thanks, John. Mr. Strong?
Yes, thank you. And I can understand John's feelings about the parking, that parking structure. That's going to be a very difficult thing to do. We probably should have some kind of a workshop on it sometime. I would say not too soon necessarily, because we've got a lot on our plates right now. But I'd be willing to discuss it at the appropriate time, not too far down the road, but not immediately either. Right now, I did attend the Library Board of Trustees meeting, and as usual, outstanding presentations by the staff, outstanding action by the board, and the library is just doing an amazing job for this community. We are so fortunate. We are the only jurisdiction other than the county with a library in this entire county. And it's outstanding. I think we've got the best one in the whole county, and we ought to be very proud of it, and we've got to keep supporting it. They're doing a marvelous job. Other than that, I've been in state and national meetings, and I'm in the middle of them right now. We are in the middle of an annual conference for our National Association of Regional Councils, which represents every local jurisdiction in the United States through their regional governments. And I'm also involved with the state organization. This Thursday, I expect to be reelected to the National Board of Directors, again, representing our state there in Washington, D.C., and reappointed for my 9th term as Transportation Chairman, Policy Chair for all the local jurisdictions of the United States. and I'll continue to work on transportation in that regard. And on Friday, I am scheduled to be moved up to the presidency of all the local jurisdictions, counties, and cities in the state of California in their association. And we are working on that. And I mentioned earlier that just last week we were able to get a lot of millions of dollars for our local jurisdictions for transportation just last week. And we will see some of that money here. And we're still working on more. We've got a bill nationally that was just marked up this Wednesday. It was at $500 billion. And that is a lot more than I've ever been able to get before. Most I've been able to get in previous years is $200 billion. $500 billion is huge. But that was carved down by the markup down to about $350 billion, which is still not quite double what we've been able to get. And some of that money will be coming directly to us and to our local region. So I'll just keep working on that. We'll see what happens. I'll report back to you next time on the results of this week's meetings. That's about all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Mayor, I was actually on vacation all week, so I just got back this morning. But this coming week, I will be attending tomorrow. We have the Chamber of Commerce Business Mixer. Hope to make it down there. I think they're going to be meeting at the Tooth and Nail, so I can talk to some of the businesses there and see how they're doing. I've also been invited to, on Thursday night, Senator Laird's going to be in San Luis, so I got invited to go down there. So I'll be doing that on Thursday night. And then Friday, we're still meeting at the Elks Lodge, Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
And then on Saturday, we have the Juneteenth Jubilee at Sherwood Park that I will be helping all day to set up and help run the event with the rest of the diversity team. And that morning there was a group from Santa Barbara that is coming down, and they've asked to meet with me before, let's see, so that's going to be on Saturday morning. It's a Spanish group called Listos, and it's an emergency preparedness group that wants to come to North County to do a class in Spanish to prepare the Hispanic community on emergency evacuation steps. So I'm going to meet with them and see how we can get that program going on Saturday morning. And that's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
I'm continuing to work with the Pioneer Foundation on their project, also with John Pajong, Supervisor Pajong, on the Gateway project for our tax share on that with our interim city manager. And of course, we're in the midst of going through looking for a new city manager and just getting ready for today when we've been back to normal day on June 15th. So helping our businesses get back to normal, and it's glad. Just want to say thank you to our community again for helping us all get through the community, through the effort of COVID. And it's nice to be sort of stepping out and getting back to normal. So that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. For myself, I attended the Cal City's Governance Committee meeting. They are, as we always seem to be, wrestling with the issues surrounding PERS and the difficulties that all cities are having meeting those responsibilities. I met as part of the Homeless Services Oversight Committee Board of Directors. Also, I met here locally with Councilman Gregory and some of our staff, representatives from Haslo and Echo, and some of the neighbors down at the Motel 6 Home Key project to iron out some glitches and correct some miscommunications, and I think that went well. I attended the Senior Advisory Committee meeting. The seniors are discussing many activities there. They're also discussing issues of parking and traffic circulation, so you may be getting some calls about that in the future. I attended the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. I'll be taking a tour of our recreation facilities. It's been some time since I've had an up-close and personal viewing our facilities. If one other council person would like to join me, that would be great. That's being set up now. This afternoon, I attended the Travel Paso Board of Directors. They're doing quite well. The area is bouncing back tourism-wise. The organization itself is in good position financially, and they are mounting marketing campaigns to rejuvenate tourism in our area as we come out of the pandemic. Councilman Hammond, you and I, we must share a mental link or something, because I was going to bring up parking tonight also, and also the idea that it's probably time to start thinking about our parking structure. You mentioned the most germane issue there, and that is the financing. I think that our next opportunity to ask the people of our community if they want to finance a parking structure would be in the next election, be the appropriate time for us to talk about putting a bond issue on specifically for a parking structure. We might even in the meantime bring in Questa or Cal Poly design people to give us some alternatives on designs, just to have a starting point to talk about that. But if we can clear the financial hurdles, this may be the time to start talking about that edifice.
I would like.
I'm sorry, John.
I was going to make a comment real quick. Again, maybe again, I don't know if we have to make a motion or something like this, but making staff bring back some sort of report where we can start up the process of development. In other words, design. We're going to have some design fees and things like that to kind of understand what it could do. Maybe a report coming back on a future meeting that we can at least get something started down the road on it. That's right. What I appreciate doing.
Of course, it's not agendized tonight, so we can't make a motion on it tonight, but I've had several members of the council in congruence on this subject. I'm sure staff will take that as direction to start getting interested in the subject. And of course, we can follow up in a more formal fashion, as soon as possible. But yeah, I think staff gets the message tonight. They're ready to start thinking about that. I wanted to let the council know that I've asked our Cal Cities representative, our Channel Counties Division representative, Dave Mullinex, to send me examples of legislative platforms from other cities. Other cities put together legislative platforms that outline in broad terms how the city feels about legislation and types of legislation headed for the state. And this would give us the opportunity to coordinate earlier with Cal Cities in affecting legislation at the state level, and also bond with other cities that are already doing this so that we can have a stronger voice. It also provides us the opportunity to respond more quickly when we're asked to send letters of support or opposition or make phone calls. I sometimes do that as mayor when I feel very confident of the council's position. But if it's something we haven't discussed, I'll usually defer it until we have a chance to bring it up in front of council. By the time that happens, the opportunity sometime has passed. So if we have a strong legislative platform that can be established at the beginning of the fiscal year, then we have guidelines for staff and for me to follow, and also enable us to maximize our opportunities at the state legislature. So when that information comes in.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a hired lobbyist already. He's working only on transportation, but he does work in other areas, and he makes that kind of recommendation. Perhaps we should expand his contract slightly.
That's a possibility.
We might want to consider that.
And such a legislative platform would also give him better vision and direction also. So just bring that up to the council's information. We are saying goodbye to a couple of tremendous community servants tonight. Tonight will be the final meeting for our Assistant City Manager, Sarah Johnson Rios, and for our City Attorney, Kimberly Hood. Both have found other employment opportunities, and we certainly give them our blessings and say Godspeed. I promised them before this meeting that I would embarrass them, but I'm not going to do that because they don't deserve it. What they deserve is praise. They've both worked tirelessly on behalf of the council, on behalf of our city constituents, and certainly have fulfilled the promise that we all make when we serve the city of Paso Robles, and that is to leave it better than the way we found it. So from me, and I'm sure the council will echo this, our thanks and appreciation for the work that you've done. It's going to be hard to fill your shoes. We got to get to work on that. But we do have a new interim city attorney and assistant city attorney that's already on board. And so we will move on to the next step in our progress here. But again, congratulations to you two. Best of luck. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve with both of you.
Hear, 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 hear.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With that, upcoming events, Planning Commission meeting Tuesday, June 22nd, 6:30 p.m. City offices and library closed in observance of Independence Day, Monday, July the 5th. Library Board meeting Thursday, July the 8th at 10 a.m. And City Council's next regular meeting will be Thursday, July the 8th at 6:30 p.m. If there's no further business in front of the council, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second for Hammond.
I have a motion from Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Hammond to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you all, as always, for your hard work. Have a pleasant evening.